Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah for His blessings and mercy, so we all can gather here today without any obstacles. Welcome to the second International Conference on Medical and Health Science conducted by Medical Faculty and Health Science Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. My name is Rahmania Santoso, who will guide the whole session of today's agenda. In this event, there will be 5 great topics from our honorable speakers and also presentation of free papers from Indonesia and international participants. First of all, before we start the event, I would like to greet the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Syamsul Arifin. Good morning, Prof. Syamsul. And also, I would like to welcome the Dean of Medical Faculty, Dr. Medi Setiawan, PhD, Internist. Good morning. The Dean of Health Science Faculty, Mr. Yoyo Bekti Prasetyo, Master of Nurse, PhD. And also our speakers, Professor Norenia Doyen from School of Nursing, St. Louis University, Philippines. Associate Professor Dr. Eduardo Pons Foster Lopez from University of Murcia, Spain. Pharmacist Naili Shifa, PhD from UMM. Professor Johnny Junaidi, Internist Consultant of Tropic and Infectious Disease from UMM. Mrs. Sri Sunaringsi Ika Wardoyo, Master of Public Health, PhD from UMM. The head of the committee, Mrs. Indah Dwi Pratiwi, and also all of the participants. Once again, good morning to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to invite you to sing Indonesia National Anthem, followed by Muhammadiyah Anthem Sang Surya. Indonesia Raya. Recording in progress. Muhammadiyah Anthem Sang Surya. Well, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mrs. Indah Dwi Pratiwi as the head of the committee to come to the stage for delivering today's event report.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second International Conference on Medical and Health Sciences on 24th September 2022. Let me begin by thanking you all for attending this annual conference held by the Faculty of Health Science and Faculty of Medicine at the University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. Today's conference theme is Challenges During Pandemic COVID-19. How are the educational and clinical resilience? The current COVID pandemic affects many areas, including education and clinical practice. Therefore, the adaptation and transformation process must be completed so educational and clinical goals do not regress. This virtual conference is intended as an opportunity for the researcher and healthcare professionals to share their current research and build collaborative networks. Today, we have around 68 national and international participants who will present and discuss the issues of educational and clinical resilience following the COVID-19 pandemic. And also we have around 100 our beloved students who join also in this virtual conference. I wish you all the best and hope you all enjoy this virtual conference. Thank you for being here with us. We value your presence at this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Indah Dwi Pratiwi. And now I would like to invite the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Dr. Syamsul Arifin, MSc, to come to the stage for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Mrs. Ocha atau Ibu Ocha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Innal hamdalillah la haula wala quwata illa billah asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'dah. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli amma ba'du. Very good morning. The honorable all of speakers, I would like to mention one by one, or maybe I want to say hello with all my respect. The first is from University of Murcia, Spain, Eduardo Pons Fuster Lopez. Maybe Professor Lopez still in the bedroom because we have the 7 hours different between Indonesia. Maybe in Spain, what time now? Around 3, yeah. Too early, maybe Professor Lopez still in the bedroom, yeah. He still enjoy with his sleeping. And the second speaker is from School of Nursing, Saint Louis University from Filipina, Nornia Tidau Yen. Hello, good morning. Are you there? Are you there? It doesn't coming yet, maybe, yeah. Too
Yes,
early.
sir. Good morning.
Hello. Yeah.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yes, thank you. And the last speaker is from Universitas of Muhammadiyah Malang. He is director of the UMM Hospital, Professor Johnny Junaidi. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Prof. Johnny. Okay, maybe still he's on the way. Yeah. First of all, we would like to say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin as our expression, our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because our Lord, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, always bestow the blessing, bestow the health to us, so that we can gather in the international forum as a collaboration between the Faculty of Medical and the Faculty of Health Science. As the head of committee mentioned, it is the second international conference. The first, if I'm not mistaken, in the first conference held in the hospital, I think. And today we will hold the international conference for the second round, and hopefully both the Faculty of the Health and the Faculty of Medical can keep maintain this conference because the conference, like international conference, very important to as indicator that the academic culture, that the academic atmosphere still alive here. As we know, we can get a lot of the benefit with the international conference. The first benefit, like we can share our publication, we can share the research finding between the another scholar from the another universities. So, on behalf of the Chancellor of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, we would like to provide the high appreciation to the committee, to the Faculty of the Medical Science and the Faculty of the Health of Science, and also to the Institute for the what in English? I always forget. Lembaga Pengembangan Publikasi Ilmiah. The Institute for the Developing Scientific Publication. Yeah, yeah. The director with us, Bu Fardini. Thank you so much because you always deploy your best effort to accompany all of faculties in UMM to make sure to assure that we still have the good effort to maintain the great tradition in academic. So once again, thank you so much to all of parties that keep maintain the great tradition in academic. And the last, I would like to, and the last, please say Basmalah together to start this conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. That's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Professor Shamsul, please remain on the stage. I would like to invite the Dean of Medical Faculty and the Dean of Health Science Faculty to come to the stage to accompany Prof. Shamsul to hit the traditional gong as a symbol of opening this ceremony.
As usual, we will hit the gong three times,
Three
and I would
times.
like to divide it between the three honorable person. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So please come
Maybe
to the stage.
Pak Widi, you can start first. Yeah. To head, and Pak Yoyo and I'm last. Yeah. Okay, please start. Okay, the second, the honorable person, the Dean of the Faculty of Health, Pak Yoyo. So
And the last but not
the
least,
last gong ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Once again, please give round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the opening ceremony. Thank you, Prof. Shamsul. Thank you, all the deans. Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our honorable guests and also participants, we would like to present traditional dance by students of UMM. The name of this dance is Menjeng and originally from Banyuwangi, East Java. This dance depicts the friendly attitude of the female figure, inspired by Jejer dance, which was formerly used as a sign of gratitude to Dewi Sri, who is the goddess of rice, who brings prosperity to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Menjeng, traditional dance performed by students of UMM.
Yeh, juga diane karya leman sira, Beng. Dasar sira. Mula lare manja.
Once again, let's give a round of applause to all the dancers. Well, thank you very much to all the dancers. And ladies and gentlemen, may we continue to the main event. This is the first session of the presentation. And before I hand this event to the moderator, I would like to introduce our moderator in the first session. Mrs. Firasti Agung Nugrahening Sumadi. She is a Master of Biotechnology and she also has so many kinds of experience in health science. She is now a lecturer of University of Muhammadiyah Malang. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Firasti.
Thank you, Miss Ocha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, all. Honorable Vice Rector, Deans, Vice Deans of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, our speakers from Indonesia, Filipina, and Spain, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Praise and gratitude for the Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has provided us health so that we can gather today to carry out the second international conference on medical health science, second ICMED, entitled Challenge During Pandemic COVID-19, How are the Education and Clinical Field Resilience? Also, our prayer will always be Prophet Muhammad SAW and his loyal followers. I am Firasti Sumadi from Pharmacy Department, Health Science Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. It gives me a great pleasure to be moderator for this event. Before I hand the mic over to our speaker today, I have few housekeeping items to cover about this session. Firstly, today international conference is broadcasting live on YouTube through Vikas UMM page, so that we wish during Zoom meeting participants' profile name must be set to the following format: name underscore institution, and also please turn on your camera and turn off your microphone. Secondly, if you have any question during the presentation, just type your question into the chat box or raise your hand. At the end of the speaker session, I would like to invite you to activate the microphone so you can ask the question to the speaker directly. And lastly, the attendance list form will be given during the lecture via chat box. So please make sure to fill the form with your full name. This is required for the issuance of the certificate of this conference. So, distinguished participants, let me tell you how this session will run. Firstly, the speaker, Honorable Ms. Sri Sunaringsi Ika Wardoyo, Magister of Public Health PhD, Pharmacist Naila Siva, PhD, and Professor Norenia Tedau Ayen will present the material for about 30 minutes consecutively. Following that, we will have a question and answer session for approximately 30 minutes, and finally, the session will be ended by a conclusion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some of you probably curious about our first speaker. We are pleased to inform you that among us here we had the first speaker with us, Dr. Sri Sunaringsi Ika Wardoyo from Physiotherapy Department, University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. Dr. Wardoyo was born on 25th September 1986. She has graduated from the Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, for her doctoral degree. She was also educated at Flinders University of South Australia for the Master of Public Health. In 2009, she began her career as a lecturer at Faculty of Health Science University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and her research interest is about occupational health and safety, behavioral health, HIV/AIDS, epidemiology, biostatics, and by 2022 there are several publications in Indonesian publisher as well as international accredited publisher. Good morning, Dr. Wardoyo. Are you with me?
Yes, good morning, Miss Firasti. How are you?
We are very grateful to have you here today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, I can see your face now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Wardoyo to deliver her lectures entitled HIV, Mental Health and COVID-19 Pandemic. Please, ma'am, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Firasti, for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to all the participants, and good morning for the Honorable Vice Rector of University Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Syamsul Arifin, the Honorable Dean Faculty of Medicine, the Honorable Dean Faculty of Health Science University Muhammadiyah Malang, and also the speakers of the second International Conference of Medical and Health Science from Philippines, Spain, and also from Indonesia. And also have a good morning to all of the participants here. First of all, I would like to say thank you and high gratitude for the opportunity for me to present my lecture here and in this conference. Okay, so today, as told by the moderator, Ms. Firasti, I would like to present my speech about HIV, mental health, and COVID-19 pandemic. So the background why I would like to present this one, because it's based on from my latest research on my dissertation. So this one is my latest project on the HIV, mental health, and how it COVID pandemic it affects their psychological health. Okay, so excuse me. Next, maybe. Can you please, or should I? Okay, so okay, here's the background for my research, from my research that I have done. So HIV, especially in Indonesia, still have a biggest issue because due to many complicated things that surrounding itself, because there's so many stigma, discriminations that surrounding itself, because once people are diagnosed with HIV positive, there are so many consequences that follow it. So actually, in Indonesia, based on the data from the Indonesia Global Fund Grant Quarterly Review Meeting in 2020, this data is from June 2020. At last, there were 543,000 people diagnosed with HIV. However, from 500, around 550,000, let's say like that, there were only 25% that were on an ART. ART is like the medication that they should take for every month, right? But the coverage of the ART from the total prevalence for the HIV, people living with HIV, it's relatively low. And also the problem that viral load testing from the total population of the HIV, it's really low. It's only from the data 2020, it's around 4%. And the viral load separations, it's also really low, 4%. Why? Because there are many situations that make the treatment and the monitor for this disease, for the people who having this disease, that make it become more complicated than adherence. Although the RRT is available mostly in the hospital and also the primary healthcare center and across Indonesia. But because of the stigma discrimination, lots of them become the laws to follow up. They become an adherence of it. That's based on the several research that I have done. So please, next. Okay, so based on UNAIDS in 2020, that actually there is a new data on 2021, like I haven't mentioned here, but still Indonesia posted on the three biggest in Asia of having the HIV, right? After Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, still have a quite high of people diagnosed with HIV. And the problem here that when from the UNAIDS categorized, there is three different color, that the red and the pink with the dots and also the blue. And as you can see in these slides, that in the red one, it's indicate that it has a CD4 less than 200. It means that when the people with HIV, they has a low CD4, it means that they have a the viral load is quite high, that they can still infect other people. And it means that also can indicate that the medication, they didn't take the medication regularly, somehow like that. But when their CD4 is quite high, it's mean that the conditions of their condition is getting better. Here we can see that the people living with HIV in Indonesia still have half of them still have the CD4 less than 200. Okay, so please next. And also, what about the COVID-19 pandemic? It hits them, right? Because as we know, the globally this conditions has let me say it's like a shutdown the conditions from the all of the sector instead of economic, education, also from the health sectors. It's like it's like trigger us to move our usual times. We have our normal life to another. We have to shifting our daily life, right? Because of this pandemic. So how this pandemic affect the HIV people with HIV? Please next. Okay, so as we know that this pandemic hits in the last 3 years in 2019, because it has been found in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, and until the 2021, actually at the beginning of 2022, I think it's still there. Until now, it's still there, but the conditions getting worse within the 2019 until 2021 or at the beginning 2022. And because of the COVID pandemic, we have so many consequences in our daily life that struck in our daily life. The first from the financial strain, because as we know from the COVID pandemic, we have so many, we heard so many news, right? So many people that become resigning from their job, they lost their job, that so many company has to terminate the contract from their employee. Yeah, it becomes problem. It's in the economical, like a financial strain, and it has consequences in the anxiety, because so many people become more anxiety, become the psychological health become an issue at that time, right? Not only for the people with the HIV, but also for most of the people, right? Because they lost their job, they cannot contact with their family, they cannot have a traveling, they cannot do their daily life freely. And also it gives the consequences of a trauma. Yeah, right, because of the anxiety, the trauma, and then social isolations, because in so many countries they have they close their border, right? So become to minimize the spread of the virus infections, right? So they have the social isolation that we cannot freely come to our, maybe like I cannot come to my parents because of the local isolations, local quarantine at that time in Indonesia, 2019 until 2021. And also the stress has become the chronic stress because it happened for a long time in the last 3 years. And also the collective loss, people, many things become, there's so many loss of it, the collective loss. And the separation from the family, because, so many people have a social isolation. The government has to implement it, the social isolations for so many, for a long time, right? For a long time. So that's like a separation from the family. They cannot really visit the family, and then loss of travel. We cannot travel. I think we can just freely travel within these few months, right? It is few months when the conditions is getting better, and then so many countries and ease their travel restriction, ease their travel border. And then also the COVID pandemic also affected on the education also, in which we at that time within the last 3 years we have to shift our education mode from the offline, right? From the offline that we can see in person, but during the COVID pandemic we have to shifting into the online mode like today. But it's getting better now because in the University of Muhammadiyah Malang started to have the in-person classes. And from the several study, when I heard that the online classes, it also has consequences of the learning loss for the students, because it's when we cannot meet in person with the student, we cannot really control. So there's so many consequences on it, especially in the education, in the learning loss. And also job changes and the persistent worry, the psychological. So there's a lot of destabilizations that we knew during the hard time on the pandemic. Okay, please next. Okay, so during the shifting for the pandemic, it force us to have a adaptable with the new situations, that we are forced to be creative and flexible in the face of the new situations, that we have to adjust to a new or altered conditions, that we have to change in order to become successful, in order to become survive in that hard time. So thanks that we are a human have the capacity to adapt naturally to changing environment, although it needs time, right? So, but it forces us to have a good adaptability to a new situations. Please next. Okay, so it was like this, that it was before the pandemic, but now we are slowly getting move into these conditions, right? It's really good. But it was before the pandemic that we can hold the wedding ceremony freely. We can attend the concert freely without afraid of getting infected, without using any mask, right? And then we can watching the basketball match, and then freely without you have to use the mask or worry about being infected. So it was like this with our normal life, with our usual life, but it has to be shifted with the pandemic. Next, please. So during the pandemic, so many people lost their job. So many people become so anxiety, so depressions, because as we know, after the pandemic, we see in some country that the suicidal rate is increasing. The incidence of suicide rate is increasing. So I know it's not merely an indicator for the psychological burden, but I think it can be we can know that from the people who are very desperate of the condition that trigger them to the depression that cannot cure, right? Become the suicide. So that's why after the pandemic, we know that the suicidal rate become increasing because of these conditions. Please next. So we go back to how HIV people's getting hit by the these conditions, the pandemic. So based on the WHO in 2020, I got the news in 2020, that access to HIV medicine is severely impacted by COVID-19 at AIDS response toll. So when the COVID pandemic, that we have some quarantine, we have some isolations, that we cannot access freely to the medications, right? And when the people with HIV, they need to take the medication, the ART, the ARV, antiretroviral therapy, they have to take it in every month. But because of the pandemic, that we cannot visit really within the hospital at that time. So it has consequences. So there's so many people that become lost to follow up, right? So, the HIV, people living with HIV, they become, they become, they are afraid to take the medications. In the normal, let's say if we say in the normal days when they have to try to get the ART, there's so many stigma or discrimination about that. So but it getting worsening in the pandemic, because during the pandemic, the supply of ART is not the same as the normal days, and also there is some limitations to take the medication in the several hospital and primary healthcare centers. So yeah, it's severely impacted by the COVID. Please next. Okay, so I also stayed here from the several news, right? This is in 2022 and 2021. That's from the local news in Indonesia. And the first from the CNN news that treatment on HIV treatment is become challenges during the pandemic COVID because of the supply, because of the quarantine itself. And then also the second news from the swara.com, and then because of the supply for the medication of HIV for the HIV. So yeah, they cannot freely. So yeah, it's become obstacles during the pandemic. So the risk here for the consequences here for caused by the pandemics, not merely with the treatment that they cannot get it like a usual day because of the supply itself, but also for their psychological consequences. Next, please. Okay, in a comparison with the general populations, people living with HIV were more likely to experience depressions, anxiety, suicidality, and substance abuse. This is in the normal days, right? So in the normal days, like comparing with the general populations, people with HIV were prone to a psychological problem or mental problem because of their so many, especially in Indonesian context, the stigma discrimination is still there. So they are more prone to depression, anxiety, their suicidality rate. And the PLHIV show more feelings of anger, guilt, and experience more suicide ideation because of their the stressor itself. And the depressions and dysthymia are common mental health conditions that faced by PLHIV. The dysthymia is like a depression that is occur for a long time and it's not treated well. So that's the depression and dysthymia. They were common mental health conditions faced by PLHIV. Next, please. Okay, the mental health problems among PLHIV were having a negative influence on HIV treatment adherence. And then PLHIV suffer more from shame, stigma, and discriminations, which can also cause mental health problems. So in the usual day, there's so many stigma, discriminations. They face that one. And they're worsening within the COVID. And then next, please. Why HIV patients were prone to have a psychological problem? Because they have a trouble accessing the mental health services and then experiencing loss of social support, resulting in isolations. And then they have to tell others about HIV diagnosis. So most of them, after they were diagnosed with HIV, based on my research, they sometimes they doesn't want to disclose their status, right? In only for their close peers. Most of them, they keep on undisclosing their status, right? So because when they disclose their HIV positive status to others, they thought that they will have so many social pressure on it. And then the managing HIV medicine and medical treatment because of the pandemic, because of the supply, because in Indonesia, the ART still, we still have to import from other countries, if I'm not mistaken. And then dealing with loss, including the loss of relationship or the death of the loved ones. And then they have to facing stigma and discrimination that associated with their positive diagnosis with the HIV/AIDS. Please, next, please. And however, COVID-19, is worsening the PLHIV mental health as, next, please. They increase with the COVID pandemic, it's increased feeling of isolations and loneliness due to social distancing and quarantine protocols because of the pandemic, because there are so many policy implemented on the social distancing and quarantine. So they become more isolated and loneliness. And then it has a consequences on increased worry about their finance, their physical health because they cannot do the exercise freely, and then their mental health, of course. And then study in 2020, the author have research for 703 HIV participants. They resulted that 61% people, HIV people, is increased depressed symptom, and the 50% of the HIV participant is increased the anxiety, and 39% people is increased insomnia. So there's research in 2020 were held in several countries in the United States and the China. So it's resulted that most of them are increased their psychological burden. Next, please. So how we cope with these conditions? Next, please. Okay, as we know that the psychological burden is not merely felt by the HIV patients, but mostly with the ordinary people also felt that one because of the quarantine, social distancing that happened caused by the COVID pandemic for almost 3 years, right? The mental wellness become an issue, right? So actually, this one I will discuss some of the strategy how to maintain for the mental wellness. Especially this strategy can be a consult. Can be given to the HIV patients to the counseling, right, in the health counselor in the primary healthcare center or in the hospital. But it can also implement it to more people. Okay, so there was six strategy for mental wellness, and then the sixth strategy, it can mental wellness for the brain, for the body, and for behavior. The first strategy is the challenge the negative self-talk, and then the second strategy, the help clients to reduce the worry, and then the third strategy is how about have a body wellness through eat, sleep, move, and spirituality, or we call it the ESMS. And then we can also have some breath work. And then for the behavior, we can have some learn stress competency and then improve depression through reconnections. Next, please. Okay, strategy number one is about the challenge and negative self-talk. Okay, so challenge negative self-talk is about the wellness for the brain. It's like the important to catch worry and negative looping aside. And the goal is to disrupt the habit of negative thinking with a greater awareness. We can teach the productive responses to anxious or depressive thinking. For an example is like, where's the evidence that this is true? Okay, so the challenge negative self-talk is like how to overcome the overthinking, right? Because, when a lot of stressor, there's a lot of overthinking, right? That we even think that something is not gonna happen. So with the challenge negative self-talk, some patients, and then they come and then they felt like their worriness, they have of overthinking or something like even it didn't happen, right? So how to challenge this one, how to overcome this one is by like giving the productive responses, like asking, where's the evidence that this is true? Like the challenge, the negative self-talk. So it will controlling the overthinking or we can say it's negative self-talk, right? We try to have some productive responses to this anxious or depressive thinking. And then the next one, please. Okay, the reduce worry is like a strategy to reduce for the mental wellness by reduce worry. And worry is a common evidence. It's come together with the anxiety, depression, and grief. It is important to teach the difference between productive and unproductive worry. reduce the habit of generalized unproductive worry versus individual worry. So how to increase the awareness and challenge the unproductive worry. Unproductive worry is like the overthinking that become is not gonna happen, right? So in session practice that, yeah, so in the reduce worry, it's like we have to how to reduce the worry between the productive and unproductive worry, which is the only some things not kind of true, right? We have to control that one. That one is because increase awareness and challenge of the unproductive worry. In session practice, because we can do the wishing well and worrying. So we try to switch from the negative energy, right, into the positive energy. So although it needs a lot of effort, but yeah, through the practice we can switch on it, especially for the patients, for the HIV patients. Next, please. Okay, so the third strategy is like eating, sleeping, moving, and spirituality. Okay, the physical health is the foundation for the mental health. Because when you are the physically healthy, so it will support for your healthy for your mental. So exercise decrease the impact of stress. So also limit the caps like caffeine, alcohol, tobacco, and sugar. And we can also improve the spirit or soul through prayer, meditations. In some Western country, because they can do the meditation or chanting or mindfulness. So through this strategy, we can give some, consult. We can give some suggestions to the patients, HIV patients, to have a more eating, sleeping, moving, and spirituality, because it will increase also decrease their psychological health and also increase their quality of life. Of course, it's not happen at once, but it should happen for more time, right? For a long time. Okay, next, please. Okay, so for the fourth strategy, we can have the breath work. It's like it's really good to release the stress, right? Release the stress to the breath work, because breath work is like a take 10, like hold your breath, inhale and hold for 10 seconds and exhale, right? From the breath work, yeah, because the breath work is like it's very useful to release the stress, because it will improve the vagal tone, which stimulates the peripheral nervous system. And there will actually various type of the breathing exercise that can induce calm and the relaxed mind. So the breath work, it can, it can release the stress. It's more calm and a relaxed mind, right? Okay. And then the fifth strategy is about the stress competency. Okay, the stress competency is about the eliminating the stressor or demand, the source of the stressor, and then to manage the stressor through better organization of time and environment. And then we can do it to improve the internal resources with a self-care, rest, and also having productive self-talk, and activate the external resources for support, like ask for help for the counselor, maybe the psychological or psychiatrist, and then practice radical acceptance. So stress competency is like we try to do the acceptance of the conditions, right? Because of due to the hard time, we try to reduce the stressor, like try to acceptance with the conditions. That's it. It's like a behavior, increase the behavior skills for the mental wellness. And then the sixth strategy, next please. Okay, the improve depression with connections, because as we know during the pandemic that we can it's like there's so many quarantine isolations that people cannot, they cannot have a daily interaction like a usual life. They are disconnected from the social life. So um, by after the pandemic, we can give like suggestion for the people who have a mental burden to like having or restore the lost connections, because during the pandemic there were a lot of disconnection from the work, from the people, from the meaningful values, from the nature, from the hope, right? So we try to reconnect this one. Reconnect. I know maybe it will needs more time to reconnect with our habitual life, right? But trust me, it will help to reduce the stress, right? Although during the pandemic, we still have our meeting during online, our exercise at home using the YouTube or something like that. But somehow the social life it's really minimized, right? And one of the strategy to do the mental wellness is like you restore the lost connections from your work, from the people, from the nature, from the hope. And thanks God, the condition is getting better now, right? That there were many travel border is easy, right? So we can travel freely. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. And last one, that as a healthcare professional, we must strive to address our own physical, psychological, and emotional needs first before helping others. So, as a healthcare professional, before we help others, it's very important that we have to take care of our health first, not merely on our physical, but also the psychological and emotional first before we help others. I think that's all for my presentations today. Thank you very much for the time. For the participant, bila tukade, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give it come back to the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Wadeo, such a wonderful session and the informative also. Seems like we got any suggestion related to work-life balance in the post-pandemic era. And Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we will come to the second session. We will have the presentation that will be delivered by Dr. Naili Shifa from Pharmacy Department, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. She has doctoral degree in clinical pharmacy from Taiwan Medical University at 2021. Meanwhile, master degree was achieved from University of Gajah Mada. Her research expertise is more into clinical pharmacy and pharmacology, and the latest publication of hers is developing a sensitive platform to measure 5-methyl tetrahydrofolate in subjects with MTHFR and PON1 gene polymorphism that was published by NCBI Nutrients. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shifa. This session will be about education challenge during and post-pandemic COVID-19.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Birasti.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and good morning for the Honorable Vice Rector, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, the Honorable Dean of Medical Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, the Honorable Dean of Health Science Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and also all of the speakers. Thanks for the opportunity today. So now I'm going to present in this second international conference on medical and health science. I would like to present about the education challenge during and post-pandemic COVID-19. So today's outline, there will be two main topics which I will present. First is about the education, and the second is about the telehealth. So could you open the PPT, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, and then so today's outline, I will try to present about the education. First, about the education, and the second is about the telehealth. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, as we know that more than 58 million cases of COVID-19 have been confirmed in the worldwide, right? And then COVID-19 continues to have a devastating impact in our lives, including our health, our societies, our economics, our public services, uh, and also educational is of course no exception. So when millions of students were forced out of schools, teachers, education support personnel, and school communities adapted to meet the challenge. And how about in medical and health education? This presented as a drastic shift from primarily in-person lectures, tutorials, skills development, and also clinical experience. It shifts to the variety of online learning modalities. And we know that last year, maybe more than 1 billion students in around the world were locked out of their schools. And some of them were able to take the benefit from this opportunity. But not everyone can deal with these situations, right? The education in the medical or health students become more challenging. Okay, next slide, please. So can next slide, please. Thank you. So basically, the educational system is divided by two major. First is traditional face-to-face lectures, and the second is online education. The shift of education during COVID-19 becomes a challenge for the teacher to develop the curriculum in online teaching. Thus, if we can see here, there is some type of technical methods to develop the education, such as the fully remote education, and then the hybrid education, which is divided by hybrid, mainly virtual, hybrid balance, or hybrid mainly on-site education, and lastly is on-site education, even with constraints or without constraints. So let me see from the first. First is the remote learning. Remote learning is where the students and the teacher are not physically present in the traditional classroom environment. So the information in the remote learning is relayed through the technology, such as a Zoom meeting, and discussional boards and other video conference and also online assessment. So next is the hybrid learning. In this hybrid learning means the combination of face-to-face and also online learning. So it is the combination. It described as an educational models in which the students spend at least half of their time learning online and the rest of their time learning in the physical classroom. And then how about the on-site learning? The on-site learning can be defined as face-to-face learning, where the students meet with the teacher in the regularly scheduled times, or we also usually can say synchronous learning, and it primarily in the classroom. So during the pandemic COVID-19, we already imply uh, in the site fully remote, right? So today, after pandemic COVID-19, we slowly imply the hybrid learning with the mainly virtual and the balance and mainly on-site. And now I think we are going to imply on-site even with constraints or no constraints. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so uh, this slide is about the comparison between the online teaching and also on-site teaching. If we can see from this slide, there is a benefit and also drawbacks in the online teaching and also on-site teaching. There are several areas in which we could summarize from e-learning. Let's start with e-learning models. Let's start with the flexibility, which means that the students in the e-learning models can just study wherever they want. So in the online learning, the student can study wherever they want. And then we have an aspect of resources. The online courses can give the students so many possible resources. The resources then bring us to the cost. On one hand, e-learning can reduce costs because the university maybe doesn't have to pay for the rooms, and also students don't have to pay for housing, and also don't need to pay for travel. And on the other hand, in e-learning, not all of the students have a good internet connection. Maybe some students are in more comfortable situations, but not everyone has these facilities. So it kind of benefit and drawbacks, right? And also e-learning also have a chance to have a large audience. But however, in e-learning, when the teacher explain, students maybe do not listen well, and also it's difficult to measure direct feedback from the student. And how about in traditional learning? In traditional learning, there is an interaction between the learners. So sometimes students need to meet and see their friend to have a good mental right. And that is one of the benefit in the traditional learning. And next is assessment. Some of university consider to have an online examination and filming the student to make sure that they will not doing a cheat. But maybe some students will find a way to cheat. We don't know, right? And lastly, in online learning, also it's difficult to develop clinical skills, which need some interaction between the students and also the patients. And then going to the next slide, please. So this slide will give us an example of the blended teaching, or we can say hybrid learning in the cell biology subject. As we know that cell biology is not only an important part of biology, but also one of the branch in the modern life science. With also the science is based on the experiments. So if we can see from the slide, because of it has not only has a theoretical, but also have experimental, it is necessary to promote an combination online and offline teaching during the COVID-19. And As we can see in the slide that the goals of the cell biology is cell biology knowledge and also skill practice in the cell biology. So this kind of study were developed by Lee et al. In 2022. The results of this study show that through the hybrid teaching, the percentage distribution of students in high scores were greatly increased. So it kind of highlight here. And also in the blended teaching, there is an improves of the student in the subject initiative and also highlights the development of students' personalized thinking and scientist research ability. So the practice of the kind of this model, I mean that blended learning, not only ensures that the health of the teacher and the students during the epidemic, but also provides a new teaching exploration model and thinking for the development of the experimental courses during the epidemic. Okay, next slide, please. So next, this slide is describe the quality of the remote learning versus in-person learning experiences. If in slide before we try to take an example in the cell biology subject, this is in anatomic pathology subject. So this study explore the implementation of the hybrid on-site and remote in anatomic pathology training models because of COVID-19 pandemics. So the design of the study is the student alternate weekly between working on-site and working remotely. In the on-site, the students like wear their personal protective equipment and maintain social distancing. In the remotely, the student use digital pathology to review cases and supplement with online educational activities. And then the respondent or the students were asked to evaluate the quality of the remote learning compared with in-person educational experience. So how about the result? As we can see in the slide, that the respondent indicates that remote experiences were less effective for reviewing cases, generating reports. But if we can see from the slide, also there is an equality in person experiences for morning and evening conferences and announced slide conferences, quiz, and case challenge. And also respondents rate remote experiences as a superior for quality improvement and research projects. So in conclusion, if we can see from this slide that hybrid or combination on-site and remote training can maximize the anatomic pathology learning opportunities while maintaining the safety of the trainees or hospital personnel and the community. Okay, next slide, please. Next, we are going to look the detail about the anatomy lessons or anatomy subjects. The COVID-19 pandemic also have the effect on anatomy education. So during the pandemic, the students had no access to the cadavers way, which has been the principal way to learn anatomy, right? And because it's difficult to predict the future access of cadavers for student in-person class, so the teacher encouraged to revisit all possible teaching methods, such as the 3D printing, and this study by Iwanaga et al. In 2020 conclude that learning through 3 TP is generally perceived to be enjoyable and effective. But however, there is a limited evidence of its educational effectiveness compared to cadaveric dissection. And also, if we can see from the slide, also there is a social media. Social media become more popular in anatomy education. It valued the way it facilitated simple and quick communication between the students and also the learners. So there are some approach of anatomy education and many studies evaluating the effectiveness of these education methods as it's difficult to compare them with traditional methods. Okay, next slide, please. So next here from the other paper is the evaluation of or the assessment of the traditional versus hybrid learning using a cohort design. So this study is the design of the study is the faculty, chief of resident, fellows were invited to participate in the hybrid curriculum. And the course structure includes some modules like recorded lectures and quiz, online image interpretation session, and also online case discussion. And the components were delivered over around 8 months. And then the author will compare the final assessment between the hybrid and traditional by cohort. And as we can see in the table that the results show there is no significant difference between traditional and hybrid groups. And there was also no difference in skills, which is measured by hands-on tests from both groups. And confidence rating, we can see that 2.73 and also 3 were also not statistically different. So it means that the evaluation from the traditional and hybrid is not significant different. Next slide, please. So from the explanation above, then there is some question about how is the best practice for effective online learning. The technical aspect of teaching and educational strategies require the educators or the teacher to provide the quality of the training, not just during the pandemic, but also beyond the crisis. If we can see here, first, the faculty and students must be familiar with online technology, because without adequate technical knowledge and skills, the teacher may face some challenge to resolve the technology-related problem, right? For example, how to finding and uploading the course materials, or how to use the chat rooms, or how to record the session and other activity need to be familiar with online technology. And then next is technological infrastructure and access to the internet. The successful functioning of online teaching depends on the availability of the technological infrastructure in hardware and software. So then make sure that learning outcomes, teaching activities, and also assessments are aligned. In here, in online teaching and learning, clear expectation of what is required from the students are very important. And there are some methods could be used for the assessment in the online learning, such as open-ended answer question or the problem-based question, and also oral examination, and maybe like the recorded OSCE or objective structure clinical exam. And then next is we need to plan and prepare for the lesson before the class begin. Sure, because the transition of the curriculum delivery from face-to-face teaching to online learning requires a lot of planning and preparation. So we need to prepare it. And then ensure the flexible approach in teaching and have a backup plan. Yes, when we did an online class, sometimes maybe the network connectivity issue will be appear, right? Those we should have a plan B for all of the course content, or including also the assignment and also the assessment to overcome the technology problem. And then next, make the class interactive, timely feedback and motivation, and also select the appropriate assessment mode. Yes, because in face-to-face class, we can read the students' mood. So we can make the classroom more interactive. But in online teaching, it is very difficult for us to detect the students' mood in online class. So here we can do some actions such as asking questions to the students by calling them in their names so that the students will remain active. Another trick also, we can use the breakout room to encourage the students have a discussion with each other. That is the best practice for online teaching. And then the next slide, please. Okay, then the next is about the telehealth utilization during the pandemic COVID. Because during the coronavirus disease, different technologies, including telehealth, are maximized to mitigate the risk and consequence of the COVID-19. Telehealth has been widely utilized because of its usability and also safety in providing healthcare services during COVID-19 pandemics. And one of this area is telepharmacy, or the provision pharmacy services using telephone or video conference technology. Some use the term telehealth, which is the broader term, and like the transfer of any healthcare information via electronic communication. So in some countries, the COVID-19 pandemic has already accelerated to the adoption of the telemedicine technologies as a tools in education and healthcare delivery. Okay, next slide. So here we can see the benefits and limitation of the telemedicine-based healthcare versus office visit in health facilities during COVID-19. One of the benefits of the telemedicine in the clinical medicine, such as it can avoid potential exposure to the COVID-19, and then nurses check-in is not necessary, and it can easily involve other family members in discussion on the patient request, and also it can saving on travel to the hospital. However, there is some limitation, such as the unable to perform a physical examination, and basically this telemedicine can play an important role in the pandemic by minimizing the spread of the virus. So this can like the role of telemedicine services in the management and controlling disease, as well as also the medical education or health education during COVID-19 outbreaks. And then the next slide. So the telepharmacy telepharmacy is basically is a form of the pharmaceutical care in which pharmacists and patients are not in the same place and can interact using information and communication technology facilities. Telepharmacy also can provide the pharmaceutical services to underserved area and to address the problem of pharmacy shortage. The problems such as for example, the patient filling the same drug at two locations, receiving two different brands. So maybe the patient not recognize that they have the duplication and accidentally they're double their dose. And the second is the patient changing the pharmacist and held or discontinue medication accidentally being restarted. And the third one is patients who are usually non-adherent but now afraid of going to the hospital may suddenly become adherent, so they take so many drugs leading to a rapid escalation in the dose. Okay, next slide. Actually, the telepharmacy experiences is already appear before COVID-19. As we can see here, in 2012, 2017, 2013, actually already have the telepharmacy experiences. For example, there is a patient education about the therapy for the asthma treatment, and also in the adherence of the asthma treatment, it already raised before COVID-19. So in here, we could see that actually they already exist, and maybe after the COVID-19, telepharmacy also can still continue. The next slide, please. Here are the concept map of some factors that can affect the medication adherence using telepharmacy intervention. As we can see here, there are 5 factors affecting medication adherence using telepharmacy, such as the adherence measurement, the design, the commercial and market aspect, and also the user health constraints and user behavior and perception. For example, in the commercial and market aspect, the affordability as one of the factor that affecting the adherence, medication adherence, because the affordability to get the drug will influence the patient's adherence. If the cost of the drug is too expensive for the patient, maybe they will not buy the medicine, right? And the other example is polypharmacy. I take example the polypharmacy here. And if the patient gets so many drugs, more than 2 drugs, which has a specific instruction for each drug, maybe they will prefer, I will not consume the drug because it's so many drugs I need to consume. So they will prefer not to take the drug. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide explains the outpatient appreciation of the different aspects of polypharmacy. From this cross-sectional observational study, it showed that the majority of patients, majority of respondents did not express a negative appreciation for any aspect about the telepharmacy. So we can say that from this opinion, it follows that most of respondents would recommend the use of the telepharmacy. Okay, next slide, please. So from the research above, the future preference regarding the place of delivery, we can see that A and B, the respondents' preference regarding the place of delivery of their medication, whether they had any medical appointment or diagnostic test program at the hospital. If they had, most of them prefer in hospital, and if they did not, most of them prefer to be served by the home delivery option. And then next slide. So here are the challenge for the telehealth application. We can see some of the challenge because first is healthcare. Different healthcare face the different challenge. And then the major challenge were found in the literature is the healthcare access, healthcare services, and also healthcare system. And also the other challenge is the risk of the novel coronavirus spread. The risk of the infection to the healthcare professional. And the third one is about the technology and guidelines, because the lack of clear guidelines on appropriate remote healthcare for the different patients will also become a challenge. And also the data privacy and security issue. This become a challenge because with a rapid increase in the number of patients, so there is the risk of the exposure to fraud or the data. So the safety of the telehealth application is very important for the patient here. And then the next slide. So we are now going to the conclusion from the two major topics that we already discussed, education and telehealth. There is a word we can learn from the Dr. Sis. If the higher education sector believes that the digital education should replace contact teaching and learning, it runs the risk of producing high qualified people with severely underdeveloped human or social skill. They will just be robots. So because we all know that maybe the COVID-19 pandemic will not be the last major infectious disease in the world that put learners at the risk. And from the COVID-19, we also know that many medical and health schools have successful transition their teaching and learning environment into the remote learning. And currently, we are now making a final preparation for start the new academic year and carefully monitoring the COVID-19 environment. And because the specific, due to the immersive nature of health and medical education, so the teacher should find an innovative ways to have face-to-face teaching alongside online delivery. Okay, next slide, please. So lastly, through this crisis of the COVID-19, many societies have begun acknowledge that there is an important set of workers who have not always been properly appreciated. One of them is a teacher. So that's why we need to highlight that the center of any educational process is the human relationship between the student and teacher. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Firasti.
Thank you very much for the insightful. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Dr. Shiva. I think it is interesting because telehealth, I think it will be like booming, yeah, for our future, for our future development in the healthcare system. Dear participant, don't forget, if you want to ask question to the speaker, then you can put your question in the chat box, and we will have a discussion, question and answer discussion later after the lecture materials. And after this, we have the third speaker. The third part of this lecture session will be given by Professor Norenia Tokli E. Dao Ayen. Is a lecturer in a School of Advanced Studies, Saint Lau University, Baguio City, and after finishing Bachelor of Science and Master of Arts in Education in the field of nursing, Professor Nurin continued to took Master in Science in nursing, specializing in medical searching nursing, and a doctoral degree at Saint Louis University. And it was her concern on educational management. There are many achievements and journal publication of hers, and recently she was rewarded as most outstanding clinical instructor at the SLU School of Nursing, and also received Presidential Award of Excellence in Research twice. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to greet Professor Nurin. Are you here with me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I can see your face clearly.
Yes. Yeah, good morning, and thank you for that very kind introduction, Miss Friska.
Yeah,
Did I say it right?
you can call
Okay,
me
so good
Vivi.
morning again
Okay,
to
thank
everyone.
you.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so to Dr. Shamsul Arifin and the Honorable Dean of the Health Sciences, to my co-speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So thank you to the organizing team for inviting me to be a part of the second International Conference on Medicine and Health Sciences with the theme Challenges during COVID-19. So how are the education and clinical field resilience? Today, September 24, 2022, hosted by the University of Muhammadiyah, Malang, Indonesia. So firstly, I would like to, may I just, may I present my slides? Okay, so is my slide visible?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, so for a while, may I just share my slide then?
Okay, I think it is
Okay,
okay
so
now.
is my slide visible?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so again, once again, thank you for inviting me to this second international conference on medical and health sciences with the theme Challenges during COVID-19. So how are the education and clinical field resilience hosted by the University of Muhammadiyah, Malang, Indonesia, today, September 24, 2022. So I would like to bring you greetings. Yeah, so I hope my slide is moving. So firstly, I bring you warm greetings from my country, the Philippines. Good morning, and in Filipino, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. So once again, I am Norenia Tidaw Ayen, the former Associate Dean of the School of Nursing of St. Louis University, because I just recently retired from the academe, and now I am the president of the Nurse Educators and Practitioners Guild. Okay, so for my session, I shall be discussing about academic resilience in the nursing education program, the responses to the challenges of COVID-19. So there are two parts of my presentation. The first one would be the challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic in the nursing programs. And the second part would be the responses, which will show the resiliency among student nurses and nurses. Okay, I have to disclose that what I am going to talk about is based on my own personal experiences and experiences shared to me by my colleagues in our everyday interactions over the net, and some reflections that I have regarding this situation. Other sources of my talk will include articles or readings from the World Health Organization, the Department of Health, and the interest groups in nursing education in both developed and developing countries. So for my talking points, I shall first focus on COVID-19 and effects to nursing education, especially on leadership, the faculty and students, then to the challenges and responses that shows how resilient nurses and students are during the COVID-19 pandemic. So may I start with the global COVID-19, which was presented also earlier by my co-speakers. So you can recall with me that the world in March of the year 2020 was then affected by COVID-19, and this led to disruption of our normal life. Okay, when we used to be the social person enjoying the environment, then suddenly we have to stop because of the fear of being infected with COVID-19, which already claimed a lot of lives. We had experienced devastation where a lot of people experienced damages to their health and encountered safety issues as places where we stay have to be locked down, preventing the entry of food and other goods, affecting our physical and social relationships. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, people also experience depression. Yes, and you will be agreeing with me as we have the students, the employees, and community dwellers, everybody experience depression. We read a lot of studies showing evidences that indeed many people had been affected. The world was affected by then, and there is no doubt about it, but gradually recovered with the measures planned and implemented to respond to all these challenges brought about by COVID-19. The academic community is no exception. Every discipline had been affected, as was shared earlier. The pharmacy department was affected also. So let us focus on the nursing education program. Okay, so before COVID-19, everything is normal. We are enjoying normal life with face-to-face classes and meetings. Clinical placement is there, and the students and faculty are having their duties both in the hospital and community settings. Laboratory activities and skills demonstration and return demonstrations are fulfilling, especially for the first and second year students eager enough to learn the different nursing skills to practice before application. Well, we also know that social life is at its best as students and faculty and the clients mingle with each other. Learning together was the in thing then. But when COVID-19 struck the nation, everyone got surprised. There was shifting from the normal life to the new normal. I think everyone has to embrace the new setup where the home is the best place to work and study. So therefore, the academic community are hearing and also doing the words work from home or study from home. Now, physical distancing has to be observed wherever we are. Even the wearing of masks and face shields to prevent contacting and transmitting the disease. Academic life has been challenged by this pandemic. The disruption, devastation, and depression are challenges brought about by this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the way Things are done in all walks of life, including nursing education in both developing and developed countries. However, academic life has to continue because there is the responsibility of the school to teach and graduate the students from the course. And the different responses to the challenges has proven how resilient we are in the academe. Okay, so the Nursing Academy came up with plans which they have implemented. And putting all the responses together, I would put it as distance education and compassionate teaching, which I am very sure that we had been doing as responses during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so let us have your distance education, just a review. So distance education is also called distance learning. This is the education of students who may not be always be physically present at school. So traditionally, this usually involved correspondence courses wherein the student corresponded with the school via email. Today, it involves online education. Further, distance learning is the kind of education that is conducted beyond physical space and time and is aided by technology. Online educational tools allow students and instructors to interact synchronously or asynchronously and give endless training opportunities with distance learning courses or hybrid courses. So online courses are delivered with the use of a learning management system where students can complete most coursework, including exams, directly online. Experiences is well trusted learning management systems may include study guides and self-paced assignments, video lectures, and audio recordings. Video conferencing, interactive learning objects, and live chat with fellow students or asynchronous discussions. Finally, in a learning management system, a learning group is established composed of students, teachers, interactions, and instructional resources. The exciting thing here is that despite the popularity of Facebook, YouTube, or other social media groups, online communities of like-minded persons in learning management systems is still lively and engaging. Okay, so how about correspondence learning? Correspondence learning is commonly defined as a method of providing education to non-resident students who receive lessons and exercises through mails and upon completion return them for analysis, criticism, and grading to the college or university concerned. Okay, so in our online-based learning, which refers to education that takes place over the internet, is also called e-learning among other terms. Now, online learning is just one type of distance learning. The umbrella term for any learning that takes place across distance and not in the traditional classroom, which all of us have been experiencing during the height of COVID-19 when students have to stay home and to study at home. So with the responses come along the issues and still challenges involving the faculty and the students of nursing. Okay, so teachers are challenged in the preparation of video recordings of skills, high fidelity simulations, and have to perform both teacher and parent roles. And still we see that the teacher is resilient. So the teacher is able to cope and utilize strategies to deliver quality nursing instruction to our would-be registered nurses. Orientation and training are done in order to keep the teacher updated about the online modes of teaching and learning. Okay, so among our students or among our student nurses, they have to face challenges in accessing learning through online with problems on internet connectivity, where some do not have and others may have only limited connectivity. So the printed material of the lessons or the modules are developed and sent to them so that they can still learn. The use of learning platforms like Google and Zoom platforms have been resorted to. Orientation and training towards its usage have been done. Students had been worried about evaluation of their learning, especially for students who are not able to submit requirements on time due to internet connection problems. So again, the teacher have to extend submission periods to give time for the students to complete requirements for the course. Some schools or colleges of nursing have to extend the duration of the course as needed in order to complete the required classroom and related learning experiences in hospital and community nursing practice. Okay, so the challenges of both teacher and student in nursing related to distance education include the use of technology. So just to share, just to share some of my experiences, I have experienced many bloopers, no, in the conduct of my online classes, where I should be clicking a button uh, leading me to another Google Classroom. So all those bloopers, I have to conduct classes, or some teachers share that they have conducted 5 hour long classes. And of course, the attention span of the students are affected. So in online learning, all these matters have to be considered in using all these matters have to be considered. Okay, module development has to be done, revised, and updated as necessary. Okay, student engagement in online is a big challenge for the teacher, which was emphasized by Dr. Sifa a while back earlier. Okay, the attention of the students on different lessons and learning activities in the classroom and clinical settings have to be planned carefully with engaging activities. Innovative strategies have to be utilized. Lessons and activities be planned and implemented where students need to learn the must-knows because of the time duration in synchronous and asynchronous classes. The resumption of face-to-face classes, which was halted for more than 2 years, is already allowed at present, and such preparations are needed. Restructuring measures are to be done also. So what type of distance education is used, or whatever type of distance education is used, there must be compassionate teaching. And compassionate teaching as a response is a very humanistic profession, and compassion is the utmost feeling of understanding and showing others you are concerned about them. So teachers always look to make things better and improve things in and outside the classroom. So, compassionate teaching approach revolves around listening to students' lived experiences and offering flexibility to accommodate their struggles. Many adjustments have been made to help students cope with the use of learning management system adopted by the school. So learning resources that include modules and e-library books, digital learning worksheets, simulation activities were planned and implemented to simulate real patient scenarios, and requirements of the course were focused on what the students really need to know that will further their competence. All these challenges have been responded to efficiently and effectively. As in our school, we were able to graduate our students on time with high honors. The students affected in the COVID-19 are resilient. So students and teachers have shown resiliency during this period of challenges. And I say that being resilient is also one of the responses to the challenges brought about by COVID-19. And that is academic resilience. Okay. So academic resilience means students achieving good educational outcomes despite adversity, and which was shown during this period of COVID-19. It is an important characteristic that helps nursing students who must engage in intensive learning and clinical practice to overcome academic stress and adapt to their school and the clinical field. Academic resilience also shows that resilient students sustain high levels of achievement, motivation, and performance despite the presence of stressful events and conditions that place them at risk of doing poorly in school and untimely dropping out of school. The COVID-19 pandemic is a stressful situation but our students still performed at their very best. Okay, showing that resilience is therefore imperative for nursing students to survive adversity and prepare them for undertaking their professional role once they have graduated. So we have to understand that chronic exposure to stressors may contribute to both low esteem and negative well-being. Okay, so resiliency has been observed among the students as they have the ability to cope when things go wrong. They bounce back after difficult times, they deal with challenges and still holding their heads up. And they have tried or did their very best to excel and finish course despite the COVID-19 pandemic challenges. Okay, so let me share the 7 C's of resilience. So I think the 7 C's of resilience have been observed also among our students and faculty of nursing. So the 7 C's of resilience was shared by Dr. Ginsberg. Dr. Ginsberg is a human development expert. He proposes that there are 7 integral and interrelated components that make up being resilient, and that is competence, confidence, connection, character, contribution, and control. Now, competence is the ability to know how to handle stressful situations effectively. It requires having the skills to face challenges and having had the opportunity to practice these skills so that one feels competent in dealing with situations. Number 2 is confidence. Confidence is the belief in one's abilities and is rooted in competence. Students gain confidence by being able to demonstrate their competence in real situations. Number 3 is connection. Students with close ties to friends, family, and community groups are likely to have a stronger sense of security and sense of belonging. Number 4 is character. Students with character enjoy a strong sense of self-worth and confidence. They are in touch with their values and are comfortable sticking to them. They can demonstrate a caring attitude towards others. They have a strong sense of right and wrong and are prepared to make wise choices and contribute to the world. Number 5 is contribution. So students can experience personally contributing to the world. They can learn the powerful lesson that the world is a better place because they are in it. Hearing the thank yous and appreciation when the student contributes will increase their willingness to take actions and make choices that improve the world, thereby enhancing their own competence, character, and sense of connection. Okay, so next one is coping. Okay, so students who have a wide repertoire of coping skills are able to cope more effectively and are better prepared to overcome overcome their challenges. Okay, and number 7 is control. When the students realize that they have control over their decisions and actions, they are more likely to know how to make choices in a way that they can bounce back from life challenges. Okay, so the seven C's are interrelated. As you can see, there is an interconnection among the seven C's there. So with COVID-19 is a stressful and a challenging situation to both students and faculty. Okay, but we can use these seven C's because with competence we become confident, and so we can make more connections and can build our character, okay, resulting to the very important contributions to the community. With such, the contribution that we have then, we can cope with challenges, we can bounce back, and we can control our decision for better options. So those are the seven C's of resilience as shared by Dr. Ginsberg. Okay. I would like to share some conclusions of studies conducted regarding resilience among students and nurses. These conclusions include nursing students with a high level of resilience have better perceived well-being, and the level of resilience of postgraduates was significantly higher than that of undergraduates. So therefore, educational strategies should be developed in the nursing curriculum, and supportive learning environment should be created to foster resilience in the students. Another conclusion from one of the studies is that a better understanding of the quality of life and academic resilience, which are two distinct distinct concepts critical in developing students' mental well-being, will help stakeholders in nursing education establish effective psychoeducation programs for nursing students. And lastly, a learning culture characterized by trustworthiness appears to be a catalyst for developing resilience in student nurses. And a variety of support strategies in nursing education contribute to resilience in nursing students, thus influencing their readiness to care. Okay, so these conclusions, I would say, show the importance of resiliency among nurses. So, in moving forward, a responsive nursing program or curriculum must be implemented. A nursing curriculum that embodies or integrates preparation, response, coping, and recovery from any adverse event. So taking the COVID-19 pandemic as an example of an adverse event in preparation, because we know that the COVID-19 has been a global emergency which affected almost all the countries in the world, the crisis has revealed major gaps and challenges. Nursing schools need to be prepared for future emergencies by preparing video recording of procedures, for example, using mannequins and standard patients. This is imperative while waiting for the financial means and further modernization of facilities and infrastructure for implementing simulation teaching. In going forward, all schools should have contingency plans for abnormal situations such as this pandemic. We need for modernization of facilities and teaching platforms and modalities is very important or paramount. And I think that is what the different healthcare institutions are already doing now, even the schools, because COVID-19 is just one of the infections that would be affecting our nation. So we have to prepare for other infections that would be coming in the future. Okay, in response, the global response to the pandemic is for every nursing educational institution to invest in the future. Many schools responded quickly, initially by suspending face-to-face classes to prevent and reduce community spread. So this was followed by the conversion from face-to-face teaching to online or virtual delivery of the theoretical aspect of the curriculum. So this process was swift and commendable and must be sustained even after the crisis dissipates and things return to normal because it ensures the continuity of the teaching and learning. However, the clinical practicum aspect of learning experience suffered during this period as many do not currently have all the necessary resources and infrastructure for online simulation of the clinicals in place and may delay the graduation of the students. To mitigate the effects of similar future occurrences in clinical practicum aspect of the course, the suggestion of integrating more simulation experiences in the curriculum requires, among many factors, that schools have the facilities, equipment, material, and human resources to run these types of simulations. It is therefore not an easy solution to compensate for the current deficit in clinical practicum experiences. Virtual simulations, on the other hand, are web-based products and relatively easy to implement. So they are considered expensive in developing countries, but in times of crisis, it has become the practical solution while teachers and instructors prepare to develop their own indigenous videos and other virtual learning materials with available infrastructures in their settings, including mobile phones technology, until students can return to skill laboratories, and protocols would also be possible if resources are available. For example, budgetary allocation to supply personal protective equipment for students and teachers for every patient encounter without added burden to the healthcare system. Okay. In coping, if adequate measures were put in place to mitigate the effects of the crisis even before it occurs, it will expedite coping once the crisis strikes and decrease its undesirable consequences. So coping during and after the crisis should not only be limited to the process of teaching and learning. The students' and teachers' emotional well-being should be considered as this may affect the process and outcome of teaching and learning. So an individual's response to this crisis may differ, including intense fear, helplessness, and even mental breakdown. So these experiences may be traumatic and require professional assistance to cope. So therefore, measures such as counseling and mental health sessions should be developed for both staff and students, which will help to minimize and allay their anxiety and fear. Additionally, individuals as the need arise, uh, can be referred as the need arise. So this will help students and educators to cope as schools prepare to start again face-to-face teaching and learning and return to the new normal in the clinical areas. So mental well-being had been well emphasized by our two previous speakers. And the last phase, which is recovery, as the pandemic is controlled, nursing training institutions moves into recovery mode, with institution and the governing bodies implementing policies and measures to regain lost hours and experiences. It is imperative that nursing needs flexible education systems that will be able to withstand or recover quickly from crisis and other unforeseeable circumstances. So backup plans should be put in place in case of future uncertainties. A modernization of the programs to include more online and virtual options could help in smooth transition if the need arises again. Revision of regulations related to nursing curricula by various nursing governing bodies are necessary to accommodate and facilitate credible alternative teaching and learning options. Timely and effective responses in crisis should be taken into consideration so that so that the focus of developing resilience be also found in the curriculum as a best practice that must be shared to the community of learners because resilience is so important for nurses. Okay, so for the next slide. So why is resilience so important for nurses? Resilience is critical for healthcare professionals such as nurses as the risk of burnout is very high in these settings. The working environment in all care settings provides huge demands for employees. Okay? And while there is some argument to this, and some argument to be made for systemic changes to reduce this huge demands, this is unlikely in the short term. So being able to equip workers with the appropriate resources to cope with their demands can reduce the risk of losing these healthcare professionals, highly skilled employees from the profession completely. So we must be able to promote resilience. Okay, and one of the most important actions nurses can do is to cultivate awareness and attention. An awareness of our emotions allows us to respond in a more rational way rather than automatic responses. So it is best to take time to get to know the different feelings in your body created by techniques such as breathing or deep breathing techniques that can help create a space between feeling an emotion rising and reacting to it, which can be useful if it is difficult to remove yourself from a stressful situation. Let us bear in mind that an awareness of alternative options to a problem and taking time to see things from novel perspectives can help build resilience. So try to be aware of all different aspects of life and how times are busy, that the things we love get neglected without us realizing. So taking time for self-care is an important part of resilience as it allows us to recover. So there are key strategies that we can do to promote resilience, and these are the following. One is to promote positive emotions. Okay, so when facing fear, disappointment, and rejection, having a positive outlook offers better state of mind to tackle problems and manage anxiety, stress, and stress. So introducing positive thinking and mindfulness in college students help them to learn to tolerate and combat negative emotions for an effective way to increase overall positivity. Offer meditation classes in person or online, encourage students to come up with positive affirmations to post on board, wall, or virtual feed to inspire positive thinking will build also our self-esteem. Okay. We also maintain a supportive social network. So our friends, we be with our friends, our family, and be with the community where we live. We have to support one another. We have to be flexible as possible. We set reasonable goals, develop positive thinking and optimism, pay attention to our own needs, so that will imply our self-care, take action to solve problems, do not ignore problems, and try not to be responsible for situations beyond your control. So of course there is the management that's going to look into these concerns that are beyond our control. Furthermore, we foster a sense of competence. We try to complete tasks and break down steps may be a challenge without the help of a teacher checking on daily progress. Work may pile up and deadlines may be missed, leading to feelings of inadequacy and frustration. Teach the importance of health and well-being. So improving self-care is vital to cultivating resilience. So be sure to help students feel confident and ready to face life. Challenges. College can be stressful time and students who are not practicing good self-care can fall into unhealthy habits or develop anxiety, depression, or poorly manage stress. Four is encourage goal setting. Setting goals presents students with the opportunity to experience setbacks along the way. It also enables them to anticipate possible obstacles that may arise and brainstorm solutions ahead of time. This will help shape the students as effective problem solvers who don't give up at the first hurdle. In other words, they are resilient. So without clear goals, students may feel lost or incapable. Okay, develop problem solving skills. Building off the previous step, which is goal setting, it is important to teach students critical skills and methods on how to calculate risk and deal with difficulties that arise in order to become more resilient people, adaptable and confident. So students who are able to find solutions to problems in school will be well equipped to handle issues in the future and outside of the classroom. Now, working together can make tackling challenge fun, enriching, and rewarding, and help students better understand how to approach and solve problems logically with patience, pragmatism, and persistence. So this will help teach students how to anticipate and effectively deal with difficult situations they encounter. Learn to succeed by learning to fail. So resilience or a lack thereof plays out in many areas of campus life. Keeping things in perspective is an essential tool for students who may be prone to catastrophic setbacks as the end of the world. So learning to navigate failure in academics, relationships, losing a campus election, or being rejected for an internship or graduate program builds fortitude that will follow a student into their future career. Seven is creating resiliency event programming. So offer learning opportunities to help incoming and returning college students learn effective strategies for managing schoolwork and other responsibilities and ensure that they know where to turn to for help when they need it. Provide a variety of workshops, learning modules, panel discussions, and other in-person and online events for students to explore resilience strategies and tools firsthand. Okay? Encourage peer-to-peer storytelling and connections. Well, this is to help prepare students, offer resiliency training programs or education, outreach, and opportunities to connect and learn from their peers' shared experiences. And of course, we share resources via cross-campus marketing campaigns. So these are many ways. There are many ways to raise awareness of our campus resources and important information so students know about all the support systems like the guidance center, uh, the medical center, and other support systems that are available. Okay? And of course, to cultivate a sense of agency. When things are not going your way, it is important to remember you are in control of two things, your attitude and your efforts. Now, developing agency helps students to cultivate their decision-making process and avoid becoming overwhelmed or feeling stuck in different situations. So when a student arrives on campus, she is suddenly faced with endless choices. What are the courses? In what clubs am I going to join? Who will be the roommates? Okay, weekend plans, career steps, and more. With this autonomy comes enormous responsibility, and some students may feel the weight of this more than others. Uncertainty and doubt in making smart decisions for oneself can lead to anxiety or inaction. So we help students to learn to take back control of the things they can. They should learn to control how much external stimuli you allow, such as Netflix, TikTok, online gaming, social media scrolling. Students should allow some space and time in their day to decompress and declutter their minds through reflection, quiet meditation, or exercise. Students need to give themselves the elbow room to hit pause. Students should also take time to pinpoint sources of stress and pay attention to how they react to these stressors. So this is vital to developing self-awareness and resilience once they realize where stress originates and what negative reactions or behaviors it provokes. They are able to redirect and improve coping mechanisms and strategies. And most importantly, they will develop the ability to assess and determine the best ways to approach obstacles with self-assuredness and confidence in knowing they are capable of bouncing back to reach new and greater heights. So, the nursing curriculum must integrate building and promoting resilience among faculty and students. So during this COVID-19, we have all experienced most of the challenges, and these challenges have been shared to us by different nursing institutions. So we get lessons from this experience. So we have to make sure that our curriculum is very effective, that it integrates, promote developing and promoting resilience. Okay, so I think I have to go to my last slides. Okay, now there are ways to build your students' resilience and involvement, which I have already presented. You promote positive emotions, develop problems solving skills, foster a sense of competence, teach importance of health and well-being, encourage goal setting, develop problem solving skills, learn to succeed by learning to fail, sharing resources, cultivate a sense of agency, encourage peer-to-peer storytelling and connections, create resiliency, event programming. Now, these are very important strategies to really build and promote the resilience and involvement among our students. So, in closing, I would like to leave you with a saying that when we learn how to become resilient, we learn how to embrace the beautifully broad spectrum of human experience. So, with that, I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nurin, for an enlightening presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation was entitled Nursing Education Program Responses to COVID-19 Challenge.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moved to question and answer or discussion session. And we have some question already in the chat box. And let us see. I think I will read the first question from Faisal Yuliansah from Physiotherapy Department to the earlier lecture from Dr. Wardoyo. And the question is how to cope with stress. It was mentioned that we must avoid unproductive worry. So my question is how to differentiate productive and unproductive worry. I think you can already directly answer for Dr. Wardoyo.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shirasti. Okay, so thank you very much for Mr. Faisal for the questions. That's how we differentiate the productive and unproductive worry. So the simple way, the productive worry is something that if we are afraid of something, then we try to prepare ourselves to overcome that worry, and then we try to get the act to overcome that worry. And for instance, like this one, let's say if this is the first time I got the the ticket to do my first overseas journey, and I haven't had any overseas journey before. So actually, in my mind, at the first time, I face a lot of worriness because maybe because of the language, and then I've never made such a long haul flight, somehow like that, and then it was my worriness. I'm afraid that the plane is in the airport. How could I do it in the airport or something like that? Then to change this into the productive worry, something like you prepare yourself. Somehow, like you prepare for the visa, you prepare for the ticket, you try to to see your flight ticket, what time is you have to come to the airport, make sure that you don't came late to the airport. So that's the things that the act to overcome, to minimize your worry. So whenever you have prepared for that things, right? Because of the worry, you prepare for that. Then when you have already prepared your visa, you already have prepared for your flight ticket, you didn't come late to the airport, and you follow all of the registrations in the custom, then you will have a flight, you have a smooth flight during your journey. So it's just like everything's become in your control. It's a productive worry. So sometimes when you have afraid, but you try to act, and you try to prepare everything to overcome your worry, it's become the productive worry. But what about the unproductive worry? Unproductive worry, it's like when you're afraid of something, you have to worry of something, but you didn't act nothing. You didn't prepare anything for that. So I think it's become the unproductive worry. It means that you are afraid of making the long flight into the plane, and you're afraid maybe I'm afraid the plane will crash or something. Then you didn't try to overcome that one, but you keep on worryiness. That's one. I hope it can answer the questions. If I have to give an example in terms of the HIV people, the productive worry is that when someone is diagnosed with HIV positive, that's why the stress level is based on the previous study. It shows that the worriness, the stress level is high in the people with the acute HIV diagnosis. When people just diagnosed with HIV, they become really stressful. And then what has become a productive worry in the HIV? It's like after you're diagnosed with HIV, so what kind of you have a lot of worriness, being stigmatized or being discriminated, and then how you change your worry into something that you can control. It's like, okay, you can join with the community with the HIV, because in every city there is a community of HIV people, like Komunitas Oda, somehow like that, and then try to get the social support from that community, and also for the health counselor. And then, Professor Norenia said, that resilience, building the resilience. Building the resilience is like build your worry into the productive worry. So although you are diagnosed with HIV, you didn't stop of being a productive person. So taking regular medications, it can control your disease. It's a productive worry. But unproductive worry is like after you diagnose, you don't want to take any medications. You're afraid. It's getting. It makes your quality of life become worsening. That's productive worry and unproductive worry. Yes, I think that's my answer, Ms. Virasti. I hope it will explain for the
I
questions.
think it's really
you.
crystal clear, me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wardoyo. The second question will be towards Dr. Shiva. It is from Miss Tutu April Ariani. And the question is, are there any good ideas for students who need the practice directly, such as physical examination during the online teaching during the pandemic? Even though even though we make class interactive and adding with telehealth. And how you're struggling to solve that obstacles, please sharing to us. Thank you. I think you can directly answer. Dr. Shiva, please.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Virasti. Thank you, Miss Tutu, for the nice question for me. So basically, for now, if there is a subject that which have uh, two different goal, I mean that the subject need to have not only theoretical but also experimental teaching, like Ms. Tutu said, for the physical examination, we can do such as blended learning or hybrid learning. So it combine between online teaching and also offline teaching. Maybe currently we can just directly use synchronous and asynchronous learning together and combination two of those by, for example, for the theoretical learning, it also will be divided into two, online teaching and also offline teaching. Also in the experimental, we can like make uh, divided by two also, online and also offline teaching. For example, for a background knowledge, we can use online teaching, and for the network resources, we can use online teaching. While if it's need experimental teaching, we can use direct or face-to-face teaching. But if we need to use online teaching, maybe we can use the like a virtual experiment demonstration. Maybe we can use the video for the students. But however, if uh, if plan A, I told plan A, if we can apply the synchronous and asynchronous learning. So how about if we only can apply in the online teaching? So only one way teaching we can only do. Maybe some of the trick we can use. For example, first is we can just before the class starts, we can send the reading material and video link into the students. And then after that, we welcome the student to online class by maybe sending a video message. And during the learning activities, through the live video or maybe the live audio conferencing, maybe we can also add or ask the feedback from the student. And also, we need to involve the students in the discussion. I think that's also the ways how to improve the class more interactive, such as make the breakout room. So we will make some of the group of the student and then let them in the breakout room to discuss in the video that we already give to them. I think maybe that's some of the way if we just only can use a teaching online learning. But as I said before, maybe the best way is we combine between the online and also on-site teaching for, especially for the experimental teaching in the nursing, in the medical, in the pharmacy, that we have so many skills that the student need to be able to cope with those curriculum, right? Okay, thank you, Ms. Firasti.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. I want to ask to Mr. Tu, is it all right for the answer? Maybe you want to give
Okay,
feedback?
okay, I agree, but some experience maybe. a little bit. I need to not long time because some experience express about how they can solve this problem, like uh, online system, online strategy. Some student can apply their ability directly in the not patient but their family, like in their room. They make a physical examination directly to their family, like gerontic or their child or their sibling or something, and directly to how to apply the physical examination. And that video can send to the lecturer and make a video conference or something. That's based on experience, another experience maybe. Thank you, Miss Shiva.
Thank you so
Miss
much, Miss
Kirati.
Tutu.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hiva. Mr. Tu, I want to. Seems like you also have question for Professor Nurin. Maybe you want to directly say it yourself.
No, it's okay. I have chat in chat box.
Okay. I will read it. Thank you, Mr. Tu. And for Prof. Noren, are you still with us? Okay, I have question for you from Mr. April Apriani. The question is about I want to say, oh, she want to say that your presentation is great, and since you made adjustment in the teaching strategy, have you applied the 7 C's of resilience as consideration to arrange the student performance evaluation tools? Oh, so maybe the question is about incorporating the frequency on the marking process. And how long did your department spend time for preparing the curriculum adjustment to student resilience? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for that question. Now, actually, the 7 C's have been integrated before yet, and it has been emphasized during this COVID-19. Now, in our evaluation tools for the performance of students, this had been integrated in the behavior or attitude part of the evaluation tool, where we check there the competence of the students, the character of the students, or the behaviors of the students. So it had been existing before yet. So it is now that we really have to emphasize it in the different in the evaluation part of the students' performance. Yeah, so Ma'am April, did I answer you? I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yes. Okay,
Okay,
I
thank
understand.
you.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Tu. Maybe
And
one
the next
question.
question,
Yeah, Mr. Tu?
yeah, and the next question, how long you prepare it for students' resilience? Because I think it's very hard to arrange the difficulty situation, right?
Yes, I agree, Ma'am April. Yeah, so we have to really integrate it in the performance evaluation tools of our students. So the resilience is still there. Thank you.
Okay, maybe one
Thank you.
question again for
Yeah.
Prof. Noren from Olivia Shafira Putri. Olivia, are you here with me, Miss? Do you want to say it yourself?
Yes.
Okay, please. Please, Miss Olivia, do you want to say it? The question for Prof. Noren?
I repeat my question.
Okay, seems like the trouble coming from your microphone. My, I want to help you to. Okay, okay. So the question is, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were many changes in education. Yet, from those changes, what's a thing that can still be maintained post-pandemic? Please, Prof. Noren.
Yes, so thank you very much for that question, Ma'am Putri. Yes, so there are many changes during the time in education during the time of pandemic. So in nursing education, for sure, the shifting from face to face to online is really a change, no? So we got surprised by this COVID-19, but quickly we were able to respond. Now, the responses that we have in distance education, which is distance education and compassionate learning or teaching is still there. And I think this compassionate teaching, even if it was emphasized during the COVID-19 pandemic, must still be carried on post-pandemic. So we have to be compassionate with our students and make sure that we are going to listen to their lived experiences and help them empower themselves. So the compassionate way of teaching must still be carried on post-pandemic. And also the way that we come up with this simulation activities, well, we should be having a lot of cases or simulation activities so that when another pandemic comes, we pray that it will not come, then we are going to be prepared and have all this at hand already. So we are not going to be surprised, and we are not going to leave the students confused with what they are going to do. Okay, so that is my answer. So I hope I answered you, Ma'am Putri.
I, how is it, Miss Putri? You can
Are
seem
you
like
satisfied with my answer?
seems like she has trouble with the microphone, Prof.
Yeah.
I think it's clearly answered. Thank you, Prof. Nerina. And before we
Thank
run
you.
out of time, I want to ask question again for for Dr. Shiva. The question is from Rizka Novia. I saw from your slide that telehealth already used among the world during 2016 or 2017. However, in Indonesia, I think it's starting to going up, especially since COVID-19 pandemic. My question is, could you please give a bold example or explanation by the meaning of telehealth that easily used for the patient? What is your advice as the pharmacist that the patient must aware when using telehealth facility? Thank you, Dr. Shiva.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Virasti. Thank you, Miss Riska, for the nice question for me. So yes, I do agree with Miss Riska. Uh, Even if the telepharmacy is already appear in some country, maybe in the beginning of 2011 or 2012, in some country already imply the telepharmacy. But how about in Indonesia? Yes, you're right, Ms. Rizka, that during the pandemic COVID, the government, Indonesia government, has been issuing the restriction so that the Indonesia government also become to like issuing for the telepharmacy. So it began at since July 2021. And how about the implication or the application of the telepharmacy that we can apply in the now? So I think some of the example is the outpatient. First is the outpatient telepharmacy, such as if the patient already have the prescription from the hospital, so that we can manage the prescription and then doing the telepharmacy for those prescription that patient take. And then the second is the remote patient counseling. I think those are also the simple way we can begin or we can start with telepharmacy, because the remote patient counseling will allow the pharmacist to consult and provide the variety of the pharmaceutical care to the patient. For example, for the using the drug, some medication, such as the inhalation, maybe in the asthma patient, if the asthma patient need to use the inhalation drug, which is this is the specific drug that need to be the specific use, so we can give the counseling to the patient how to use that by telepharmacy. Maybe we can send the video to the patient, or we can also communicate directly via online to the patient. So this remote counseling will provide the opportunities for the pharmacy and the patient, even if they cannot meet each other, they will can get benefit each other. And also the other maybe about the home drug delivery. For the home drug delivery system is almost the same with what I explained before in the first point, that the outpatient telepharmacy. So if the patient need the drug, of course this drug is the drug that can give by the pharmacist to the patient without the prescription from the doctor. But of course, we need to make sure that the patient need those drugs, and how did they will use the drug. We need to make sure everything, because the first issue is the patient safety. So in the telepharmacy, we need to highlight the patient safety first for the patient. I hope my answer can answer Ms. Rizka question. Thank you, Ms. Firasti.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. Maybe one another quick question and quick answer for Dr. Wardoyo. Are you still with me, Dr. Wardoyo?
Yes,
Okay.
of course, yes, Ms. Firasti.
Maybe one quick answer for Miss Sydney, who asked, it was conveyed that PLHIV has a worse mental condition. And my question is, are they aware of their condition? And if not, how does it affect their quality of life? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Firasti, and thank you very much, Ms. Sydney, for the questions. And you're asking about whether they were aware of their mental conditions shifting after they were diagnosed with HIV. Yes, they were, because it's like a complicated burden once they are diagnosed with HIV, because they know once they were diagnosed with HIV, they will get a stigma, discrimination. They will have to take the medications every day, right, for the whole of their life. And then, yes, they were aware of that, mostly from the data. Yes, they were aware of it. But when they aware of it, but when they got a good peer community and also the social support from their surrounding, from their family, from their friends, from the peer, it will boost their worriness. It will slower their depression, anxiety that they have a lot in their mind. So that's why the more needed for the HIV patients, instead of medications that they have to take every day for the whole of their life, is that the social support for their surrounding, and also the resilience. like Dr. Norenia told us just now, that because when they have a good social support from their environment, first their surrounding environment, and also they have a resilience, although they have like, I have some problem with the HIV that stay inside my body, but I still have a resilience. I have to bounce back from my problems, that I still have to be productive. If they have that kind of capitals, the social support, the medications, the resilience, it will bring a good quality of life for them. But if they are becoming down from the stigma, discrimination, they didn't gather enough social support from the environment, so it will gradually decreasing their quality of life, physically, mentally, spiritually. I think that's it.
Okay.
Yes, so maintaining that one. I hope it will answer the questions.
I wish so.
Miss Virasti.
That's a very detailed answer to the question, Dr.
You're very
Wardoyo.
welcome.
And ladies and gentlemen, apparently we still have enormous questions related to our topics, but due to limited time, we need to end our discussion session. And before I close this session, please allow me to take some highlight point from this today's session. From Dr. Wardoyo, pandemic era affecting some fields, including mental health of HIV patient. There are several ways to overcome this, like challenge negative talk, help clients reduce worry, eat, sleep, move spiritually, breath, breath work, learn stress competencies, and also improve depression through connection. And from Dr. Shiva, we learned that hybrid and combination on-site and remote lecture is beneficial to be conducted due to the immersive nature of health and medical education. The educators should find innovative ways to have face-to-face teaching alongside online delivery, as the center of any educational process is the human relationship between student and teacher. And the last, from Prof. Noren, we highlight seven C's resilience towards education in pandemic era. It is competence, confidence, control, connection, contribution, character, and also coping. The students that have higher level of resilience have better perceive on their well-being. And please give a pause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you. I should remind everyone that we will seeing you again in the second part after the break time. So see you all later, and thank you very much. Over to you, Miss Rahmania. Okay, while waiting for Miss Rahmania to lead the event, maybe because we have our three speaker here, we want to join. We want to invite you to open your camera, and we will take pictures of you. So please open up your camera. Okay, maybe Miss Siti Ainun will help me to photograph the first page. Chikrik, okay, this is the sound effect. Okay, the second page. Oh, we have also a participant from Thailand. Hello, Miss Sirikul. Chikrik, okay. And the third page and the fourth. Okay, I think that's all. I will give you the event back to Ms. Rahmania.
Thank you, Ms. Firasti, for guiding the first section very well. And also, I would like to say thank you very much for all of the speakers for the great presentation and also interactive discussion from all of the participants. Before we go, we also have the e-certificate which will be delivered for our speakers. So please take a look to your screen to see the e-certificate. Okay, the first certificate goes to Mrs. Sri Sunaringningsih Ika Wardoyo. Please give a round of applause to Mrs. Sri Sunaringningsih. And the second goes to pharmacist Naili Shiva. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And the last e-certificate is given to Ms. Norenia Doyen. Thank you very much for all of the speakers. Thank you very much to you all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we have 60 minutes for dual prayer and also lunch break. So, for all of the participants, please don't go anywhere because our second session will be as interesting as the first session, of course, with our inspiring speakers from Indonesia and also Spain. So, don't go anywhere. See you in the next session at 12:30.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Sudah siap untuk jalan-jalan ke kampus 2 UMM? Yuk kenalan dengan fakultas termuda di Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Menjadi salah satu amal usaha Muhammadiyah, UMM terus berkontribusi dalam bidang pendidikan dan kesehatan. Wujud nyata ini dibuktikan dengan mengemas 3 program studi kesehatan di UMM menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Berdiri tahun 2007, kini Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan genap berusia 13 tahun. Terus melesat jauh bak busur panah, Fikes UMM telah memiliki 7 program studi, di antaranya D3 Keperawatan, Ilmu Keperawatan, Farmasi, Fisioterapi, Profesi Nurse, Profesi Apoteker, dan Profesi Fisioterapi. Memiliki visi untuk menjadi fakultas terkemuka dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, Fikes UMM menunjang seluruh kegiatan dan aktivitas mahasiswa melalui berbagai hal. Tak hanya melahirkan tenaga medis yang handal, Fikes UMM memiliki visi menanamkan spiritualitas mendalam pada para mahasiswa melalui program pembentukan kepribadian dan kepemimpinan atau P2KK. Sebanyak 24 laboratorium telah melengkapi seluruh program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Salah satunya, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang yang merupakan laboratorium terapan. Dengan pendekatan problem-based learning dan student-centered learning, proses pembelajaran yang menggunakan model interprofessional education memberikan kesempatan pada mahasiswa Fikes untuk melaksanakan kuliah kolaborasi antara perawat, dokter, farmasi, dan fisioterapi. Komitmen untuk terus mewujudkan kesehatan komunitas di lingkungan sekitar dibuktikan oleh Fikes UMM dengan mendirikan berbagai fasilitas umum. Salah satunya, Home Care Matahari, yang menjadi pusat pengembangan keterampilan keperawatan dan pelayanan fisioterapi. Mendukung UNM pasti, Fikes UMM merekam jejak kerjasama internasional dengan Medcare Company Limited Japan sejak tahun 2018. Fikes UMM membuka kesempatan bagi mahasiswa untuk melaksanakan magang di pusat kesehatan Jepang. Menguatkan atmosfer internasional kepada mahasiswa, Fikes UMM memberikan kesempatan mahasiswa untuk mengikuti kegiatan pertukaran pelajar melalui Erasmus+. dan Program Staff and Student Exchange University South of Australia. Menyambut 2030, Fikers UMM terus membangun kerjasama dan mitra internasional maupun nasional menuju fakultas dengan International Accreditation.
Kegiatan akademik kami baik kok gendeng dulunya kok gendeng udah fix sudah itu lupa ya aku skill outstanding dan beautiful.
ilmu kesehatan buat ujian CPT buat ujian posting yang statistik. Selain itu, dilengkapi juga dengan perpustakaan. Kantin, masjid, serta parkir mobil dan motor yang luas. Dalam kegiatan akademik, FKUMM memiliki fasilitas rumah sakit pendidikan utama, Rumah Sakit Umum FM dan Rumah Sakit Umum Haji Surabaya.
Ada sih, tak carinya dulu ya. Oke.
FKUMM mengembangkan software mahasiswa dengan SU. Antara lain, SU Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas, Asian Medical Student Association, Freedom of Video, Laws Video, Medical Basketball Club, Scientific Video, Senat Mahasiswa Fakultas, Sejarah Video,
Awan luar biasa,
Medical Community,
luar biasa, Pak.
Community
Satu stil ya. Absurd ya. Oh ini yang kemarin yang hitam di bawah itu Mas. Iya. Serapo ya itu. Kedatangan orang Jawa. Apa nih?
FKUMM bersama mewujudkan masa depan kedokteran dan medis untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Apa? Ukur dari oh enggak. Aku nanti beli bensin lagi. 20.000. Anak abang itu cewek, 3 orang. Tapi yang aktif WA-nya itu cuma 2 orang. Satunya itu Balia itu saya email. Balia anak informatika yang 2018 itu. Disuruh sama Pak Ruslan hari Selasa itu mau apa kayak briefing gitu buat magang training. Iya loh. Tak rekod dulu nggak apa-apa. Satu yang lain saya email tapi nggak tahu orangnya baca email atau enggak. Saya nggak tahu betul.
Antara dia mau datang apa enggak nanti. Enggak. Gabung sama ini aja aku nanti. Yang dulu kan aku pernah begitu 25 tuh. Awalnya gabung aja sama itu. Pakai nota akuntansi aja.
Dan
pengajuan dari ya, apa dimasukin aja nanti. Jadi masukin di pengajuan nama aja nggak apa. Tidak tinggal kurang uangnya aja. Di kamu tinggal berapa? 1 juta. Berapa bang kalau rata kali?
800.
Hah? Saya lihat 1 juta. Ya udah itu yang satu kurang itu. Kamu nggak beli bensin? Beli aja nanti. Sudah diminta ngajukan lagi sama sistem. Iya berarti. Kenapa? Setiap 3 bulan. Kayak apa gitu?
Apa? Makanan dulu.
Sudah siap untuk jalan-jalan ke kampus UMKM? Yuk kenalan dengan fakultas yang terjadi di Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Menjadi salah satu fakultas Muhammadiyah UMKM berkontribusi dalam bidang pendidikan dan kesehatan. Wujud nyata ini dibuktikan dengan mengemas 3 program studi kesehatan di UMKM menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Berdiri tahun 2007 di Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan ditambah usia 13 tahun. Terus melesat jauh ke kesehatan dan kesehatan program studi, di antaranya ketiga keperawatan, ilmu keperawatan, farmasi, fisioterapi, profesi nurse, profesi optometris, dan profesi fisioterapi. Untuk menjadi pengusaha terbuka dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, Tikus UMM mengundang seluruh kegiatan dan aktivitas mahasiswa melalui berbagai hal. Tanpa melanjutkan pendidikan nasional, Tikus UMM memiliki visi menerapkan spiritualitas mendalam pada
Nanti habis itu cut ini dulu. Aku gua tuh. Langsung Prof John. Iya, kalau itu ada tuh.
Kalau ya ini istirahat sebenarnya. Iku Prof Jono wis ana mic ya ndek kono. Oh iya, sekarang sing moderatornya sing ibu situ ya. Sudah ada mic-nya Bu ya? Prof Jono ya? Bu, sopo kae paling sing iki ya? Iya. Ya. Oke, kabar. Terus saiki sekarang ini Pak. Terus galeri saja. Terus di itu ya apa? Apa namanya? Di duplikat Pak. Windows P. Sudah. Oke.
The second session will be guided by Dr. Anissa Arafah, neurologist, as the moderator. She graduated from the Medical Faculty of University of Brawijaya, who is a general practitioner, neurologist, and also Master of Biomedical Science degree. She is now a neurologist in General Hospital in Malang and also a lecturer in the Medical Faculty of University of Malang. Let's welcome Dr. Anissa.
Oke, sabar. Oh ya, oke. Sip.
From University of Muhammadiyah Malang, is graduated from Komunikasi in 1971 and graduated in practice at 1983. Began consultation in infection disease in Jakarta in 1996. Began PhD from University Surabaya in 2004.
Bar, terus yang ini kamu pin, yang ngomong Bar. Nah, di situ. Sip. Ngomong. Yang ngomong tadi di peserta saja, di peserta terus di sini. Iya, Anissa.
Now, he got fellowship in the Indonesian Society of Internal Medicine from 2003 and director of the Hospital of Muhammadiyah University Malang from 2014 until today. And the second, we will have associate professor.
Udah, Bar? Sip.
Who's from Spain.
Itu ALT Bar, yang itu. Sip.
Professor in Universitas Ilmu. I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce your name correctly. He worked at the Department of Anatomy and Physiology at University of Murcia in Spain. Please welcome for the speaker. And for the first session, we will have Dr. to present the material in 20 minutes. And
Eduardo. Habis ini Pak Jaki. Iya, top cek.
After the presentation of material, we will get discussion session and please for the audience to
Yang ini tadi. Sorry. Oh ya, betul yang itu Pak. Cek nunggu dulu.
take your question there, or if you want to say your question in live session, you can also open your mic at the question and answer session. And please welcome Prof. Jody to present your question.
Udah aja. Oke. Prof. Joni dulu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Iya. Belum sajikan tapi orangnya. Waduh ya. Oh ini udah. Nah ini. Siap.
And here, opportunity to send my paper, and my paper is a study, a clinical study of tulip and pre-pancreas. The title of my paper is comparison of liver disease in patients before and COVID-19 pandemic who were admitted to the General Hospital of the University of Muhammadiyah. Introduction. Liver diseases is the deterioration of liver function acute or chronic progression. COVID-19 associated with the liver injury, defined as any liver damage occurring during disease course and treatment of COVID-19 patients will or without assisting the liver includes a broad spectrum of potential pathomechanisms, including direct cytotoxicity or CTA, viral replication of SARS-CoV-2 in the liver, and secondly, immune-mediated liver damage due to severe inflammation response of the systemic inflammatory response or CS in COVID-19. And the others will be discussed later. Etiology is a toxin, alcohol abuse for a prolonged time, infection, hepatotropic or non-hepatotropic, autoimmune diseases, genetic and metabolic hereditary, pregnancy-related, ischemic and vascular, and dissemination. The non-specific Latin hepatitis are MS. There is an operation definition that must be clarified. First, NSLH is a wide variety of inflammatory or viral conditions characterized by an inflammatory infiltrate in portal areas of hepatic parenchyma without hepatocellular or hepatocytosis. Secondly, the NASH, the non-alcoholic hepatic steatosis, occurs in 32% of the adult population in the US, characterized by the accumulation of free acylglycerol package. Second, in absence of inflammatory or liver injury. Third, is chronic liver disease defined as a common clinical condition and focus is done on the common etiologies, clinical manifestation, and management. The underlying mechanism of fibrosis and cirrhosis is the level of recruitment of certain cells, fibroblasts eventually produce fibrosis. And last, cirrhosis. Cirrhosis is the final stage of coronary liver disease that results in the destruction of liver structure, the formation of widespread nodules, possibility of fixation, bioangiogenesis, and the pushing extracellular matrix. Method and methods. The study was undertaken in our hospital, General Hospital of Muhammadiyah University of Malang, in pilots of 218 until December 2021, obtained from the medical records and compiled data from hospitalized patients diagnosed as a liver disease. The data divided into two groups: before COVID-19 pandemic, January 18 until December 19, and during pandemic, January 2020 until December 2021, with laboratory result confirmed that is positive COVID-19. We have WHO criteria. Including data and study were patients diagnosed as a liver disease based on laboratory result that is increasing sign by increasing of HbA levels, HB antigen, anti-HBV marker, and ultrasonic examination showed fatty liver fibrosis or malignancy. All of the observational, retrospective, and analysis of the secondary data were analyzed and interpreted by the author. Result. The number of certified patients during January until December 2024 years, the total was 3,35,082. The delivery diseases, the total in total is 206, and it is 4.58%. Liver diseases pattern based on first elevated liver enzymes reflected by hepatitis biomarkers positive.
Iki suaranya cowili mas ya? Apa kurang gede ya? Iki di YouTube suaranya lah. Audionya apa?
Hepatitis and C hepatitis. Secondly, ultrasonographic examination reflecting the hepatic injury, that is the non-specific reactive hepatic or NSRH, the fatty liver, the NASH, and the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, NAFLD. Third, there is fibrosis of the liver, and the fourth is liver cirrhosis with or without sign of portal hypertension and hepatic failure or encephalopatic liver cirrhosis. We have found collected 116 patients fulfilled the liver disease criteria pre-COVID vs the 90 patients during the COVID. In total, we have 206. During the COVID and diarrhea, patients with comorbid liver diseases more vulnerable suffer from liver injury. Among 28 patients pre-COVID, there are 3 death cases, 10.71%, while during the COVID, there were 41 patients, and with 2 death cases, that's only 4.887%. It means there was a weak correlation between the SARS-CoV-2 infection as a fatal complication between cases. This is a table of liver diseases rank among admitted among the patients. First, you find that cirrhosis as the first rank. Second is the NSRH, third is NASH. Fourth is hepatitis B, and fifth is the acute viral hepatitis, signed by non-A, non-P, and non-C markers. 6 is A hepatitis, 7 C hepatitis. This totally we have during the pre-COVID 2018-2019 is 116 patients compared with COVID during the COVID area 2020-2021 90 patients. In total, we have 206 patients. Patients in general admitted during January until 2021. The pre-COVID area compared with the COVID area, we have mentioned that the female during pre-COVID 60 and the male is 56, while it is conversely during the COVID, the female just only 30 and the male placed more than 60 patients. We have clarified that the male dominate 56% during COVID due to social economic. They have to earn money, something like that, and responsibility, and cause a higher opportunity to suffer from SARS. That is why male dominate. Secondly, distancing, overcrowded, closed space meetings would be the factors enhancing man predominance. Discussion. We discuss about the mechanism of liver injury in the COVID. We have so many factors that due to the liver damage in the cause of the COVID. Let's say it. First, there is a liver injury. First, the mechanism is to increasing the ACE expression in hepatocytes and cholangiocytes, a target of SARS-CoV-2 infection. Additionally, gene expression of ACE2 transmembrane serine protease 2 receptor together with paired basic amino acid cleaving enzyme have also been proved to in cholangiocytes and hepatocytes, and they can enter or penetrate the cells via these receptors. Secondly, the PPR signaling pathway. A recent finding revealed that the renin-angiotensin system and the peroxisome polyphenolator activating receptor signaling pathway can even enhance the infection in this stage. The third, the coexisting chronic liver disorders. Elevated enzymes reflected hepatic injury, non-specific NRSH, SH, and FLD, and hepatitis can also damages all the cell livers with or without sign of portal hypertension, hepatic liver, or encephalitic liver cirrhosis. And the fourth is anoxia, hypoxia factors within secondary changes and or with respiratory failure. The fifth, that is the immunological factors, that is the inflammatory response. There is a cytokine storm syndrome. The C-reactive protein, CRP, the ferritin, the lactate dehydrogenase, LDH, D dimers, LEL6 and EL2 also damages or injured the liver cells. Next, the viral-induced cytotoxic T cells that can lysis all the liver-infected cells that can also injure the liver cells. And hepatotoxic effect of antiviral agents and antibiotics, such as lopinavir, ritonavir, ribavir, umnifenovir, antibiotic use, antipyretics, or steroids even, including baricitinib, it's antibody, that is antibiology, tocilizumab, this is very popular at that time, may lead to a reactivation of HPV infection. They have to eradicate the other side of the coronary virus, but on the other side, they can activate the HPV virus infection. And that causes the hepatotoxic effect of the antiviral agent and antibiotics. And the last is the direct cytotoxicity among hepatocytes due to the continuous replication of the virus. This is we see as a CPA, or cytopathic direct effect, either by lysis or by inducing necrosis and apoptosis. These patients require special supervision presents in the spectrum of mechanisms involved in the liver damage involving COVID-19 that presented. In our data, liver cirrhosis showed a higher prevalence during pandemic compared with the pre-pandemic. 41 patients vs 28 patients. And also at present in acute viral hepatitis, 16 vs 12 patients. Conversely, the rest data, NSRH and ASA and AFLD, hepatitis B vs A and C, showed a converse presentation that's lower prevalence during the pandemic COVID-19. It still needs future research to give the answer, the real contribution of the direct cytopathic effect, cytokine storm, drug-induced liver injury, or it is a hypoxia in hepatic dysfunction, could promote respiratory failure and predispose to a severe course of COVID-19. The pathogenesis of hepatic steatosis involves multiple pathways, considered to a benign condition. However, Once the initiation of the early inflammation occurs, an increased risk of progression to a fibrosis and cirrhosis. Fatty acid intake, the novel lipogenesis, mitochondrial fatty acid oxidation, lipoprotein secretion, lifestyle, and lipid dietary must be an option strategy that will be beneficial in preventing hepatic steatosis and further forms of NAFLD. In conclusion, in total, liver cirrhosis placed in the first rank of 1906 patients, the 33%, and among them, 41 patients and 59 of 42 patients occur in the pandemic COVID area. It means that the chronic liver disease showed a high prevalence. NSRH and ASH, hepatitis B, hepatitis, acute viral hepatitis as the next rank. However, patients with pre-existing liver disease, notably cirrhosis, are at higher risk for hospitalization and mortality. Although in our hospital, the mortality rate
Recording in progress.
Although the mortality rate pattern is not proven in our hospital, 10.71% VS versus 4.88% in mortality. Early isolation, intensive surveillance, and prompt diagnosis are essential to manage these patients. Further research identifying interventions to reduce poor outcomes in high-risk patients in COVID-19 is needed. This is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for all the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Joni, for your interesting presentation. I remind the audience to submit your question in the chat session at your Zoom meeting. You can chat anytime in this session, and I will read that in the Q&A session. And for the second lecture, we will have Dr. Eduardo Lopez. Hello, Dr. Eduardo, are you there?
Good morning. Well, good afternoon there.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon for you. The Dr. Eduardo Lopez will present about how the COVID-19 pandemic has changed our life and how the anatomy education method in Muhammadiyah University during COVID-19. Dr. Eduardo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Make it here. Okay. Well, as they said before, my name is Eduardo Ponce Lopez. I'm associate professor at the Human Anatomy and Psychobiology Department, belonging to the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Murcia. Today, the title of today's presentation is Human Anatomy Teaching During COVID-19 Pandemic, an Educational Challenge. Before starting, I would like to say thank you to the committee for inviting me to be here and to participate in this wonderful Congress. It's a pleasure for me. And thank you for all the people too at the University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. And thank you for everyone that's here watching and listening to this presentation. First, I would like to talk a little bit about my background. I'm a human anatomy teacher since 2019. I started teaching that year, and this is the fourth year I've been teaching the lecture. I teach to medicine, sports sciences students, and this year I'm teaching to nursery and physiotherapy. So it's a huge variety of different students, kind of students, all learning human anatomy. Apart from that, I research in the area of infectious diseases and cancer, mainly in the oral cancer. And I work to the hospital that is Murcia as associate researcher. The University of Murcia is located, well, first, like in the big picture, Spain is located in the western southwest part of Europe, and Murcia is located in the eastern part of the countries, like the southeast part. My university was founded in 1915, and it has this year around 35,000 students. Mainly, the majority of the degrees that were taught the 2020 before pandemic, they were all presential. There were almost no online degrees. However, we had some online degrees before the pandemic came. That helped us to adapt, maybe to the pandemic conditions. And but that drastically changed when the pandemic started. To understand the rest of my presentation, I would like to describe generally how the pandemic in Spain happened, how did it work. As you can remember, the pandemic started in December in Wuhan, China, but it wasn't until the 31st January that we had the first case in Spain. That moment, the first cases came from imported cases. That meant that were people traveling around outside Spain that came to Spain and brought the virus. And the first one was a German tourist, I remember. After that, majority of cases coming into Spain were from people from northern Italy, because Italy was the main cluster where the COVID entered Europe. And due to the proximity, lots of people traveling from one country to another made the infection would rise that moment in Spain. Some weeks after, on the 26th of February, the first cases of community transmission start to appear. And this starts to, we start getting alarms that the infection is going out of control, starting to break. At that time, there were almost no measures taken, so the virus was circulating continuously. There were still mass events, there were lots of activities, and that helped to propagate the virus in a big way. After that, on the 13th of March, I remember we were in the middle of the second semester, teaching like everybody else at the time. And it happened that the Prime Minister in Spain declared the state of alarm. That is a kind of a state of emergency where we had a national lockdown, nobody could go out of home except for buying basic needs, going to the hospital, pharmacy, etc. So we had to stay at home, and we couldn't go out. And neither we could go to work, only essential workers could go out. So we were basically on a lockdown. We were at that moment in the middle of the second semester, although we had a little spring break. Here we have 2-week holidays in spring. So we could like have some time to prepare for the change of scenario. After that, we had like a really hard lockdown, as I said. We couldn't leave home for anything. And after some weeks, there were some restrictions, like essential workers could go back to work, and started some measures of de-escalation. That this meant that we had different phases that changed every 2-3 weeks. That if the cases were continuing to go down, we could improve. Like people would starting to go outside to do sport, and you could go out to go to restaurants. Like everything went to de-escalate, the easing of the restrictions. After that, we'll have some months that were really calm, but we only had the measures or preventive measures of wearing the mask and physical distance, but that was not enough at that time. So again, the COVID started to propagate and the infection rates rise. And again, we had another state of emergency for another 6 months. At that time, we estimated that would be the beginning of the second academic year, the semi-presential scenario. And During these months, we had another lockdown, we had curfews, we couldn't go out of home, and it was another tough times for both students and teachers and everybody in general. After those months where we had several COVID waves that were with that time was a Delta variant, I can remember. We had like kind of roller coaster. We had more cases, less cases, more cases, waves and waves. I imagine that was the same in your countries too. And it was on the 27th December, the first vaccines were started to inoculate to the population. So this started to ease the measures. And the 9th of May, the second state of emergency finished, and we were back to the normality. At that time, and the beginning of the third academic year, the last year, from 2021 to 2022, we had some preventive measures, but only like physical distance and masks were like almost the new normality, back to normality. So from this different phases I've talked about, we have three main teaching scenarios that happened to us here. The first one was the virtual that we'll see that would be from the middle of the second semester to the end of that semester. The next year was a semi-presential, although we see there will be some differences. And the last one was the presential scenario. Well, I don't know if, I imagine lots of people will know this drawing, this famous drawing from a Holland painter that's called Rembrandt, that's called the Anatomy Dissection Lesson from Dr. Turpin. I think it is the full name, but I'm not quite sure, I would say. And I want to illustrate this phase with this picture and the next one because one day we're suddenly teaching regular presential classes, and to the other day we just swapped to a virtual scenario. Like all the people disappeared from the class, and we had online teaching. So we had like a real drastic swap that we had to make to continue with the semester. And I imagine that happened mainly around the world too, because everybody was surprised at the situation. How worked the virtual scenario? Well, we continue with online classes that followed the same rhythm as normal regular classes. And for the practice, for the most practice activities, we had to adapt, of course. We work with photographs that luckily we had from our dissection room. We had taken before some pictures from the dissection room, so we could work with them for the practice. So we would show the images, as you can see on this in the presentation. We had some images of we were studying muscles and nerves, and we would put arrows and work with them. Like you have to find the structures, like the same, like presential, but trying to do it virtual, right? And we also worked in small groups, like divided them in small rooms where they could participate in smaller groups. And we also had some very interesting videos from the University of Valencia that were really high quality dissections that we used as material for classes. At the time, everything was online, so the exams were online too. And they were exams that it was real time. They had to be at the same time doing the exam as the scheduled time. And they had to be with their webcam, and they had randomized exams, like the questions changed of order for each student, and they couldn't go backwards too. Like we had some strategies to prevent or avoid students trying to copy or trying to help their way through the exam, right? The next scenario was the semi-presential scenario. This scenario is the next academic year, where I said the COVID cases start to rise again, although the university and the government allowed us to teach again at class. However, it was presential, but it wasn't fully presential. We were not able to work at full capacity. We had to work. We had to have our physical distance in the room. We had to wear the facial mask and ventilation. I remember even though winter was really cold, but I had to be with all the windows open. And we work with both working at the classroom and working online. So we had people that were connecting and people that were coming to class. They had schedule, like some students would go some days and other days, and everybody would connect if they wanted online. So it was up to the students to decide if they wanted to go to this university or not. And we luckily had some tools that the university gave us to try to engage the students in our classes. We had mostly I don't know if you know the tool Woo Club, maybe you use it too, is an application that we could use to interact with the students that both online and in the classroom. So for example, we could do some questions and get answers at real time from both students at the classroom and online. For example, you can see the image. We asked for, you have to find the Achilles tendon. And they would click on the screen, find the tendon, and they could also write answers. So it was quite interesting to coordinate the both presential and virtual situation. However, it was really hard to be constant with both situations at the same time. And the practices were presential. However, it wasn't 100% presential in the meaning that I was teaching with anatomy models, but they were seen all through a webcam, right? People were in the classroom seeing through a webcam that was manipulating these models, explaining the muscles, the bones, etc. And people at home could see just directly the webcam. On the second semester, there was a little of restrictions, so we had some, we could go back presential again. That this was really nice to have again, and we worked respecting the physical distance and taking all the security measures. So for that purpose, we had to, instead of using, normally we used half of the dissection room, we had to use the whole dissection room. And instead of working in groups of 6 or 7 people around a table with different parts of the anatomy, we had to work individually. So there would be, there were 25 students, there would be like 25 tables. And if that practice was about the lower limb, well, one table you will have a dissection of the feet, another one dissection of the knee, another one a dissection of the hip, and so on, right? Like a little, each table was a kind of a little station, and they would have around a minute and a half, and then they would swap to the next table. That is kind of how we organize the exams here in Spain, in the practice exams. After that year, we had also the presential exam, so it was back to kind of normality for the exams. And finally, the last scenario we had was the presential scenario that was back to kind of normality. We were teaching again, we were almost full capacity, and we had to save a little bit distance in the practice. So it wasn't, at the beginning of the semester, it was kind of mixed, most semi-presential, but it was presential, but we had still some limitations. But that changed 2 or 3 weeks into the semester that we could go back to the normal. So it was almost presential, the scenario. As I said, we're going to work at full capacity, at least at the theory classes. So we had mirror classes where we would project the classroom in another class, in another, I would project my lesson in another class, but in the university. So this meant we were no longer online. You wanted to attend to class, you had to go to class. If you couldn't and you didn't fit in the class because there was not enough room, you could go to another class where you got a presentation, you got a webcam with the projection of my class, but it wasn't, you couldn't go online from home. You had to go to the university. And we had already, again, well, presential exams. So one of the objectives of this presentation was to evaluate or to understand how how this affected to the evaluation of performance of the students in the different stages. So I got some data from one of the subjects I teach, that is human anatomy, to sports science students. And I wanted to compare the data of the evaluation with the different conditions that we had to see how the different situations affected to the students. In this slide, we can see the presential before COVID-19 versus the virtual evaluation, right? And as I said, when before COVID, and here started, all the measures started in March, so January was a normal, and January call was a regular call, right, before COVID. I would like to say too, to understand this, the thing I'm going to explain, in our university we have 3 calls. The call for the first semester to do the exam is on January, then we have on July for the second semester, and on June and July. July is for the recovery. So I compared the data from January 2020 with June and July 2020, that it was presential versus virtual, and we can see that the mean in January was 5.9 out of 10. The grades here in Spain, they go from 0 to 10, right? So the mean was 5.9 out of 10, the mode 3.56, the median 6.4, and the percentage of pass or approval of the students was 70%. But as we see in June and July, we had here a reduction of the mean. That was 4.16, almost 2 points, the mode 3.1, the median 3.6, and the percentage of approval was 43.5. And I did a t-test comparison between the two means, and we found that it was significant, statistically significant, right? Here, as we can interpret, we had some detail from the presential to the virtual scenario. So I think it's normal that maybe the performance of the students could go down. You can imagine that people were locked down at home. They were, it was harder to concentrate. It was more difficult to follow the subjects because we already having many problems. There were tough times, both for students and teachers, for everyone. So I think it was something expected that the things wouldn't go as good as they were before at that time. Then I went on to compare the 3 scenarios. The first one we've already talked about. I decided to compare only the June and July because, as I said, the COVID started in the mid of the semester, so the only way to compare them was comparing these 2 calls together from the 3 scenarios. As we see in the semi-presential, the mean goes down again, 3.56. The most repeated degree or grade, the most repeated grade of the exams were 4.9. The median was 3.62, and the percentage of approval was 30%. So here we have an even higher reduction of the percentage of approval of the students. And finally, the presential scenario, that was last academic year, where the mean had another rise up with 4.8, the mode 5.1, median 4.64, and the percentage of approval was at 57%. In the graph we have here on the right, we can see the distribution with the intervals from the grades of the students from 0 to 2.5, from 2.5 to 5, from 5 to 7.5, and 7.5 to 10. As we can see, almost the presential and the virtual scenario are really similar, at least at the second and third interval. And the worst data goes for the semi-presential scenario. where the distribution of the grades are going to the lower interval. So the grades were worse at that time. Here in this graph, we can see the comparison of the means, the different scenarios, a little bit to get an idea of how the evaluation happened and what was the situation, right? And this time we can see that there, as I said, there was a decrease from virtual to semi-presential, and from semi-presential to presential there was another increase, right? That was green and Nova was statistically significant, and from virtual to presential it was statistically significant. The thing is, how can we understand this? I want to show this data. However, we have to understand that there were lots of bias and different conditions that affected these results. Because, for example, the virtual, we will see in the next slide, and from virtual to presential, although we've seen that there was a decrease, it wasn't that high decrease, and at that moment, the students were engaged with the subjects because it was the beginning of the pandemic. We all understood that that was something that was happening to all of us, that we were all in the same problem, and the students were at home, so they engaged with the subject, they studied, they worked rather good. And also they had online exams that when we look to the past, students told us that they found it easier than presential exams. On the semi-presential exams, the semi-presential situation, we see that it was our situation, and at this time we can kind of interpret it because we were some months already on the pandemic. The students were at the time not so much resilient as they were at the beginning of the pandemic. They were starting to get tired of the situation. Imagine after we had really serious lockdowns, you couldn't go out to see your friends, you couldn't go out to do normal life, so people were starting to lose concentration, to lose motivation, and I think that affected the grades of the students and the motivation, and affected finally the evaluation of the students. And I would like to make an autocritic that time that I think that the teachers, or mainly the subjects, and the university could have improved the way of teaching at the time, because we had many complaints from students. However, we tried always to do our best. And the last scenario, presential, we can see a recovery that we can explain because we were back to normality, people were going to classes. If you go to class and you go presential, you follow better the subject. If you go to you had compulsory presential practice, you have to go there and you can follow easier the subject. So if you follow the subject during the whole semester, you always get better grades. So that is why we get there another increase in the grades. I was curious about how was the comparison of presential before the pandemic and after the pandemic. So I compared the results of both January exams, the students, and in 2020 and 2022. And as we can see, the grades were 1 point decreased 1 point in the mean rather than on January 2020, although we have different conditions, as I had double students at that time because we increased the number of students at the university. We had another double degree at that time. The people that didn't pass the subject had to repeat the next year, so I had an accumulation of students, and normally as most students present to the exam, normally the mean goes lower. So there's kind of bias, but I think that this can represent a little bit the reality of what happened, that we haven't recovered yet the levels before the pandemic. Because I think that it's obvious that the pandemic has affected the students' performance, the students' academic performance, that these were students that were at school at the time, and that now they're at the university. And I think that the pandemic affected the students in their motivation and in the value of effort. And this is something that we talk about here between the teachers, that it's not the same that before the pandemic, that the pandemic really affected the students. However, this is something subjective because I haven't got any data of motivational polls for students, but I think that is something that we feel here. We wanted to know too the opinion of the students, and to know what they thought of the education and the different situations. So normally the university does a satisfaction poll to the students. That's not compulsory, and they do it anonymously, and they answer to the around 10 questions about the subjective opinions about the subject. If what is their opinion of the subject, what do you think of the practice, what do you think of the teachers, etc. And they got 5 choices: bad, normal, good, very good, excellent, and we gave them each one a number. From the virtual scenario, the satisfaction poll, the results, the students were 3.85 out of 5. From the semi-presential, it was 3.4, so we see reduction at that time. And the presential scenario was 4 out of 5. So here we see the same trend that followed with the performance of the students at the exams. We see that during the virtual scenario, students were more resilient to the situation. They understood that we had to adapt, that we tried our best, and they evaluated positively. And also they evaluated positively our teaching. On the semi-presential scenario, they were not that resilient. They were after 1 year pandemic, well, not 1 year, but a couple of months into the pandemic, they were more demanding, and that's normal. That they, the first time they said, okay, maybe it's the beginning of the pandemic, it's normal that they can have problems, but they were more demanding at the beginning of the second academic year. That is something normal. So the mean of the satisfaction was lowest. And finally, the presential scenario had another increase, going back almost to normality, where people were satisfied of going back to the university, to following presential classes, to seeing their friends again, and going back to the normality, right? So analysis, and this is, I would like to state that this is really subjective because we have the data I've shown before, but we have always to handle it with care because there are lots of bias, as I said, of social situations and social perspectives. So from the results, we saw that the lower grades, we had lower grades when the pandemic started than before the pandemic, although we've seen that there are some biases there. The semi-presential scenario had the worst evaluation and satisfaction among the students, due although to this bias that we talked about, social problems we had, and the presential scenario had the better student performance and satisfaction. And the last thing we can extract from these results is that the results of the evaluation and the performance of the students were better before the pandemic than after the pandemic. And after seeing my results, I wanted to evaluate and compare them with other results of other studies or other places. And I found a systematic review about distance education for anatomy and surgical training from the University of Hong Kong, from Michael Coe and collaborators. And they found that out of 10 studies that they gathered of students' performance, 5 of them found that performance improved with distance learning. Was performance or the task completion time. 2 studies found no change in performance, and 3 found motivation improved. As we saw, we found a performance that that decreased. The student performance decreased, at least at the virtual, well, both at the virtual and semi-presential, right? But semi-presential was the toughest one. And the other studies evaluated the student feedback, and most of studies' feedback were positive um, and with limitation such as lack of personal contact with tutors or network and reduced student concentration. And as we see, we had good feedback with the students at the beginning, but that went a little bit lower during the semi-presential scenario, and then an increase again at the presential. So the conclusions that we can extract from this evaluation of the performance of the students, and I say again, is we have to take care of the things that can condition this results. Is that as the main picture, virtual learning is a feasible alternative for anatomy and surgical teaching that the students can engage and can follow. And although there were a decrease in the results, they were not a really high decrease. It can be an alternative in some cases for presential teaching, although it's not the best way. The other conclusion that we extract is that semi-presential scenario had the worst evaluation satisfaction among students, but was highly influenced by other factors. So I think that model didn't work that good. And if it were going to be introduced again in any situation, it will have to be improved. And finally, and I think that maybe we all agree in this, that for anatomy teaching, presential teaching had the best performance, and therefore is the best way of teaching human anatomy, because maybe for other subjects there's not much difference, but for a subject, for anatomy, that is something that you really see, that to learn, you have to touch, you have to be there, you have to see the dissections, you have to see the models, and that helps and increases the learning. You stimulate different kind of intelligence, different kind of memories. So presential teaching makes a difference in having a best performance and having a better student satisfaction too. So with this, I finished my presentation. I hope you have enjoyed it. And again, I would like to appreciate the opportunity to be here, to all the committee and all the people that have made this possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now we back to the Q&A session. I will read the question that already sent to me. The participant is shy, so they chat with private message for Prof. John. This is question from Miss Linda. Is there any sequel after COVID-19 infection for patients without previous liver disease comorbidity, and how long the liver function test is back to normal?
Can I read the question, please?
I will repeat the question. Is there any sequelae after COVID-19 infection for patients without previous liver disease comorbidity, and how long the liver function test is back to normal?
It depends. It depends on the liver disease. If it is a NASH, or it is non-reactive, or it is a chronic hepatitis without any fibrosis, usually the prognosis is still a good prognosis. But if the patient is in an active hepatitis and there is a high SUT and GPT, I think during the COVID area, the mortality rate will be increased. First, secondly, how about the resolution after the COVID? After the COVID, usually it can, like the other liver diseases, the acute infectious hepatitis, usually it can become normal unless it is a fibrotic process, because if it progresses, it can develop to liver cirrhosis, and the liver cirrhosis usually consists, or liver cirrhosis can turn to the infection of the portal hypertension or encephalopathy cirrhosis.
Thank you, Linda. Is the answer already satisfy your question? And hello, Dr. Eduardo. This is question from Mr. Agus. From the student from class 2000 and 2020 and 2021 that experience virtual lecture. Is there any of them that wants to reapply the class? Maybe they want to hands-on that they haven't yet experienced because the virtual class.
Could you please repeat the question a little bit slower because the audio is not working for me very good?
Oh, I'm sorry. From the class that experience online class, is there any of them that wants to repeat the program when the we know that the COVID is already subsides and the class is back to normal? Is there any of them that wants to hands-on the experience of anatomy class?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that although the satisfaction of students wasn't very good at the virtual or presential, they had some things or some aspects that they did like, because they had more flexibility, for example, to go to, instead of going to class, to stay at home and keep following the classes. So I think that that was the part that they liked from that. But however, the whole picture, I think that they prefer the presential. If they could, at least for I think the best thing would be maybe for the theory classes, they could have a mixed model, like they could go online and they could go presential, the ones who want to go. But for the practice, they should go presential. I think that would be the best thing out of that situation.
Okay, thank you. And we back to Prof. Johnny. Maybe is there any parameter that we can suspect to lead chronic liver disease after COVID infection? What parameter that we can suspect to lead a chronic liver disease after COVID infection?
Okay, in my experience, usually during the COVID pandemic, people suffers from COVID-19 with or without any pre-existing liver diseases usually give a good prognosis. Something like patient with hepatitis. If the patient without any other antiviral drugs usually give a good prognosis, but the antiviral drugs, even in some research, could activate the B infection or the C infection, becomes flare, and the SUTCPT becomes higher and higher. It is in another study. But in my study, just only 2 or in before and 4 patients before the COVID and 2 patients during the COVID becomes in unsurvival. That is why usually, theoretically, patient with liver diseases becomes worse during the COVID. But converse in our hospital, pre-COVID showed more prevalence compared with during the COVID area. That is why I also, it is a question for me. How about the liver patients suffers from COVID during the pandemic? It looks like in the pandemic area, liver diseases doesn't suffer these patients. But maybe they will be become worse because of the respiratory failure or the cardiovascular failure. It is also mentioned in my study before. In the first international meeting, I've already present my paper about causes of death to patients during the COVID. None of them uh, non-survive because of the liver disease. All of them as the end of their life because of the respiratory and then circulatory diseases.
Thank you, Prof. Johnny. And we back to Dr. Eduardo. During the end of 2019 or the early 2020, when the pandemic is arise, how you prepare the curriculum, because the the change is very quickly. So you do you already has a prior online lecture or software as learning tools or as something like that? Maybe can you?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yes, as I said, our university had some degrees that had a virtual application, so we could profit from those tools. We had to just suddenly adapt from presential to virtual scenario, and we try to follow as much our program schedule that we had and try to make it the best way. And we profit from this kind of tools that they use in these degrees. We during those 2 weeks that I said that just had 2 weeks before the going again with the classes in the pandemic, because we had this break, we had lots of seminars for teaching teachers to educate the teachers on how to follow this scenario. So they gave us seminars about different tools, like I said, from Kahoot, from WooClap, and technological tools to use. And we had in our virtual classrooms, we had this tool of the video conference that we could engage and use it. However, at the beginning, it was not that good because we were not prepared. So sometimes the connection will fall because the servers were saturated. During the exams, it happened too that because there were lots of people connected at the same time, the servers will fall. So we tried our best with the conditions or the situation we had at that moment.
Thank you, Dr. Eduardo. So we have a last question for Prof. Johnny. Which is the most influential among the pathomechanism that increase the mortality rate of COVID-19 patient accompanied by liver disease?
Yeah, thank you. The most influential pathomechanism, it is an agent infection. It is an host agent interaction. If you face an host agent interaction, that we think that there is a reaction from the host. As a host, it is an immune reaction, and it can produce so many cytokines, so many inflammatory agents, and it can hurt, it can injure all of the cells in our body, especially our endothelial cells. That is why first, if the ACE receptor is most in our heart, and secondly in our respiratory organs, and the third in our vessels. That is why the most potential of the pathomechanism that can influence this patient, that can supervene this patient, I think the respiratory failure, the circulatory failure, and the heart failure will be the first rank for the cause of mortality of the patients. That is why the pathomechanism is first is the immune response.
Thank you, Prof. Johnny. Sadly, we have to end this session. I would like to thanks to both speaker, and maybe it's not goodbye. Um, uh, we hope that we can meet you and both of you again and the audience, Prof. Johnny and Dr. Eduardo. So can we applause to the both speaker that are already giving very interesting presentation, and also applause to the participant that actively listening to the presentation. I would like to give the floor to the MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Anissa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduardo.
Thank you, Professor Johnny.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Eduardo.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you, Dr. Anissa, and all of the speakers for the great presentation. And also thank you very much for all the participants for the interactive discussion. We will take a group photo together, so please turn on your camera first to all the speakers and also participants. Okay, are you ready to take a group photo together with us? Okay, so let's capture this moment in 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay, thank you very much for all of your kindness. The next, I would like to show you the e-certificate which will be delivered to our speakers. You can take a look on your screen. We will show you the electronic certificate for all of the speakers in the second section. Okay, the first certificate goes to Professor Johnny Junaidi. Please give a round of applause, everyone. And the next certificate goes to Mr. Eduardo Pons Foster Lopez. Thank you very much for your kindness. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next session, participants will be divided into 9 breakout rooms, and each breakout rooms will be one moderator. There will be one moderator on each breakout room. And the free paper session will last for approximately 2 hours, and after each breakout room finish all the presentation, the participants are allowed to join the main room for announcement of the best papers and the best presenter. So good luck to you all, and see you again in 2 hours ahead.
Misi kami. Kegiatan akademik kami antara lain kuliah tutorial, kuliah pakar, praktikum histologi, Farmakologi. Praktikum Farmakologi. Praktikum Patologi Klinik. Praktikum Patologi Anatomi. Praktikum Parasitologi. Praktikum Anatomi. Praktikum Fisiologi. Skill Neurologi. Skill Mata. Skill Obstetri dan Ginekologi. Skill THT. Skill Bedah. Skill Ilmu Penyakit Dalam. Skill Ilmu Kesehatan Anak.
Recording in progress.
Ruang ujian CBT. Ruang ujian OSCE. Mer Statistics. Selain itu, dilengkapi juga dengan perpustakaan. Kantin, masjid, serta parkir mobil dan motor yang luas. Dalam kegiatan akademik, FKUMM memiliki fasilitas rumah sakit pendidikan utama, yaitu Rumah Sakit Umum UMM dan Rumah Sakit Umum Haji Surabaya. Selain itu, FKUMM turut mengembangkan soft skill mahasiswa dengan LSO. LSO tersebut antara lain LSO Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas, Asian Medical Student Association, Rhythm of Medico, Volks Medico, Medical Basketball Club, Scientific Medico, Senat Mahasiswa Fakultas, Obscura Medico, Medical Volleyball of Muhammadiyah Malang, Community Football of Medico, Forum Kajian Islam, Tim Bantuan Medis Mahasiswa, Kedokteran Badminton Club, FKUMM bersama mewujudkan masa depan kedokteran dan medis untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Okay, welcome back to the second international conference on medical and health science. Thank you for the excitement of all of the participants. And now, the moment that we are waiting for, it's the announcement of the best paper and presenter. And the announcement will be delivered by the Dean of Health Science Faculty, together with some closing remarks. Mr. Yoyo Bukti Prasetyo, PhD, time is yours.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Ocha. Very good to direct this closing ceremony. Before the closing ceremony, we are happy to announce the best paper award and the best presenter award in this conference. So the best paper award will be given to number 3, Ibu Uswatun Hasanah from Universitas Muhammadiyah of Malang. Yeah, give applause to Ibu Uswatun Hasanah. And the second best paper award give to Nia Agustiningsih et al. From Stikas Kepanjen. Okay, please applause. And the number 1, the best paper give to Wanisa Dewi from University of Riau. And that's to the best presenter award will be given to number 3, Ayesi Natasha Zulka and Eli Rahmatika Nugrahani from University of Muhammadiyah Jember. And the second, we will be Nur Bandriah et al. From Stikas Kepanjen. And number 1 is best presenter number Churirat Pipa et al. From BGN Thailand. Congratulations for the winner. Hopefully always healthy and productive to continue publish his work in the other event. Okay, let's do closing ceremonial. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all presenter and participants who have joined this conference. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discuss afterward, all of you can contribute to solving the current health issue and educational problem in our own country after the COVID-19 pandemic. Even though the contribution might be small, it is still valuable. And finally, I thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring it proceeds smoothly. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, dari sayang in bahasa Indonesia, ada perjumpaan maka ada perpisahan. Which mean when there is a meeting, then there will be goodbye. I hope that you enjoy participating in your conference, in our conference, sorry. And I also hope that we can meet again the 3-round International Conference Medical and Health Science 2023. Thanks you. Nice your weekend. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoyo, for the closing remarks. Again, on behalf of the committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all of the speakers and all of the participants for making this event successfully held. And also, we would like to say apologize for some mistakes during this event. We are looking forward to meet you in the next event. So, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and see you.
Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Mantap, Ismet 2.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.